Yes, chat, how are you doing? Welcome in. It is in fact time for the stream. And I am here. Sounds in the intro was Mosey with Do Your Thing, the first track. And the current one is DJ Hazard with Ultra Fly. Hope you enjoyed those starter tunes. How's it going, everyone? It's good to see you. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We have got some legendary peeps in the chat already, as per. What is going on? Val, what's going on? Krill, what's going on? Mia, what's going on? Bubble, Nappers, Middle Earth Marxist, how y'all doing? Welcome in. Are you all beating the heat? Tejan, hello. Yeah, we got Valerie Valkyrie with 120 consecutive streams watched, which is crazy. Absolutely mad. We've also got Middle Earth Marxist with 120 consecutive streams. Oh my god. And Nappers with the 45 consecutive streams. Complete mule heads, that's what they're saying. They're calling you the mule heads. They're calling you the mule soldiers. Stamina soldiers. That's what they're saying. I've heard many, many people saying this. Mia says I'm on one consecutive stream. I don't know what to say to you about that. I don't know why you'd admit that when I'm praising everybody else for being here 120 streams in a row. I don't know why you'd admit to that. I don't know why you'd do that, but you know what? It's good to see you anyway. Mia, how are you doing? Sweet Beat as well. How are you doing? Welcome in, Sweet Beat. Everybody, please go show some love to Sweet Beat. An amazing streamer. Streaming some Resident Evil Revelations. They are having revelations, aren't they? They are in the Resident Evil franchise. It's how that works. I decided to sleep through the worst of it so I didn't have to deal with the heat. That's a smart move. That's a smart move. I've just had an extremely cold shower. And I just stood in the bathroom just like this. Just drying. T-posing. That was a pretty good strat. Not tried that before. Worked pretty well. Not gonna lie. I've made some iced tea for the first time in my life. 3 tea bags. A bit of lime and blueberries and mango. So that's in the fridge now. It's been steeping on the side for about 20 minutes. In the fridge now. Very exciting. I'm feeling exhausted. Unfortunately, I might have to sleep at a reasonable hour at least. Yeah. It's tough. It's real tough. I'd like the heat to fuck off myself. Yeah, I don't blame you. Did I say hello to Tejan? Hello, Tejan. T-posing in the shower screaming. It's how it goes. Yesterday was my first day at EMT school. That's absolutely crazy because I hadn't seen the Always Sunny episode where they go to EMT school and they can't be bothered to do it, so they just pretend to be them instead. I actually watched that for the first time the other day. What a great episode. Maybe you could just do that if it's too hard. You could just pretend to be an EMT, get a decommissioned ambulance and just ride around. Absolutely cooked today for the 8-hour class. I get to do it again tomorrow. Very excited. Oh, well, it sounds great. What a great thing to learn, honestly. Yeah, good for you. That's dope. That's very, very dope. I have spent most of the afternoon looking at AC units and seeing if you could get them on credit and having a look at like potential credit card deals. You know, that's what I've been looking at today. The thing about AC units in the UK is that we really are fucked for it, right? We really are fucked for it in terms of you need to be getting, like, when I see Yanks talking about window units, I understand it now. Like, oh, it's only £200 for a decent window unit, and it's like, that would be so good if we had windows that could fit them in, but like, I would have to get my landlord to like change everything. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. It's completely absurd. Don't even have proper insulation. It's completely ridiculous. Last night after the stream, I went down into the car park to just stand there for a bit. And that was my strat to cool down before bed. Wasn't very effective because even in the car park, it's gotten a bit warm. So that was a bit insane of me to do that, but it is what it is, right? Landlords, hello, Slick Stick Stuck. Yes, you're right. You're right. Landlords. And... But the window unit makes sense because it's like... Hot air in, cool it down, blow the cool air in. That's how it sorts it out, right? But if you get one of the portable AC units, right? Even if it has a hose going to the window that you can, like, you know, that you could get out. Basically, the science of it is that if it is sucking hot air out of the room that you're in, it creates like a pressure change. So it's like there's a bunch of low pressure in the room then. So hot air just like rushes in anyway. So what you need is a thing to like block the rest of the window. You know, like a seal to like seal the window so you can put the tube out. So I was looking at like a £250 thing that I could probably afford if I get it on credit, right? Because of you wonderful chatters and how, you know, you've supported me so amazingly over the last few months and how the stream is growing and stuff, right? Very blessed. And also I'm blessed because of my very privileged housing situation, right? That a lot of people just don't have. I would probably be able to afford one of these 250 things if I got it on finance. So I'm taking a look at that and thinking like, okay, maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll apply for a credit card. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do yet, but I'll figure it out. You could end up paying like £25 a month for like, what do you call it? About 10 months or something to pay it off. So it's like, it's not too bad, right? So I was having a look at that and yeah, so you need a fucking seal for it, to get the one tube out of the thing. But basically, yeah, it pulls hot air out of the room and then it exhausts a bunch of hot air as well out of the room. But it creates this low pressure environment in your room so that like all the other heat out of all the other rooms, it just comes into the room that's cooling down. So it's super inefficient. So those window units really are like the way forward. Like you know, if you own your own gaff, I would probably recommend just get someone in to change the fucking window. Is the dehumidifier running? You told me not to do that when I've got the hot thing. Maybe I should just put the dehumidifier on in this room with the fan and see if that happens. See if that does anything. Do you think I should just try that? Because I was told not to do that. You did. You said don't do that because it might counteract when I have the frozen bottle of water in front of the fan. Maybe it wasn't you. Maybe someone else. Someone else. I have my small dryer and an AC both tubed into the same window. It's quite jerry-rigged, but it works. Yeah. Wait, where are you? Canada? Capitalism is when you have to go into debt in order not to have a heat stroke because your house is built in such a way that it's hot in the summer and cold in the winter. Just conjure a personal microclimate. That's so true. Also, hi, Atomic. First mistake, listening to chat. I trust some chatters. I do, in fact, trust some chatters, like Middle-earth Marxist. So, do you think I should put the dehumidifier on in this room? If you cool down a room and don't dehumidify it, it's going to get more humid because physics. So I should have the dehumidifier on in this room, even if I have the cold frozen bottle of water in front of the thing. Okay, I'm going to bring it in the room. I'm doing it right now. Okay, chat, I've done it. Hey Emily, how you doing? I cope with the heat in the most British way possible by not doing anything about it at all and just complaining loudly about it. That's so true. Get a blow-up costume that has a fan built in and put the cold bottle of water in front of that. Personal microclimate. Yeah. I might... Hopefully this is going to work. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, if I just keep it on all day and all night. Because I don't need to keep it in the living room at the moment because I don't need it to help dry clothes. Because it's so hot for that, stuff just dries overnight. So I could just take that in the bedroom with me tonight. Hey Hippie Marshmallow, 32 degrees and 88% humidity. How are you all doing? I think it's cooled down a bit in Manchester now. Manchester Met Office weather. It just says severe temperature warning still. It's 28 degrees. It's 28 degrees. It's been on average about 30 degrees today in Manchester. It says it's going to be 34 degrees on Thursday. It was 33 degrees today. Apparently it's going to be 31 degrees tomorrow. 34 degrees on Thursday. Hello, Nuclear Slayer. How you doing? Do those fursuit cooling vests work in non-contained areas? I don't know what a cooling vest is. The second thing that I did today is I bought Melpo a cooling mat. Because I just thought... I think he's doing fine, but it's hard to know. Right? Like, I put some ice in his water fountain, and I think that was alright, but... Just don't know. Hey, Banker, what's up? I just put a bowl of ice in front of a fan, it actually works. No. I've been doing that. I've been doing that, Slick Stick Stuck. Yeah. I imagine a cooling vest would be made of the same material as Melpo's mat. Yes. The orange weather alert for me said what to do. Please follow the instructions. And then gave no instructions. Guess I'll die. Oh, hell yeah. Here it's 32 degrees right now. It'll go up to 40 degrees on Friday. Is it very humid in Germany? That's what I want to know. Is it as humid as it is in the UK? Because it's the humidity that does it here, right? 75% humidity daily high today in Manchester. It's so humid, man. Fucking nutty. Reminds me of when energy prices skyrocketed and at a certain point they were just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. It's not too humid here, but it keeps getting more humid by the day. Yeah. I imagine it will do that. 86% here. Fucking hell, shitlog. How you doing? Welcome in. 88% for Hippie Marshmallow as well. At least I predicted to have a sick-ass thunderstorm on Thursday. I think that's what it's saying in Manchester. We're going to get a little bit of that. Not on Thursday, but on Sunday. At the weekend. And then Monday. What's it like next week? Please say that it's not this next week. How do I find out on the Met Office? Detailed forecast. Hey, Red Bear, what's up? We had a crazy thunderstorm last night. It was like nighttime outside at 7 p.m. What the fuck? That's crazy. You've got 52% humidity. Good for you, nappers. Jealous. You've been drinking pitchers of ice water and lemon juice all day. I imagine for Banker, the humidity is insane because you're in them, like, sort of swampy Belgium lowlands. 22 degrees low overnight is crazy. Yeah, it's very bad. Very, very bad for everybody. I might just stay up till 3 a.m. because apparently it's the coolest at 3 a.m. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and 5 a.m. Gonna get to 35 tomorrow. Yeah, 34. No, 31 for me tomorrow, and then 34 on Thursday. Drain the Dutch swamp, you know. I've got AC at home, but work is hell. Oh, Jesus. Loads of flights got cancelled yesterday from the massive thunderstorm that the heat was causing. That's so mad. Absolutely insane weather. Crazy weather shit going on. Hello, Morton. Yes, hot. It's only getting more humid and hitting 95% tonight. Yeah. 95%? How is that? How is that possible? 95%? Does that not kill people? Is that not just going to cause the wet bulb effect or whatever? No, because it's not hot enough, right? That's what I mean. The air is just water. Oh, it's relative humidity. It's not actual humidity. I was gonna say, you get the wet bulb effect and just die, just drown in the air. That's what happens if you go in those like crystal caves. Have you seen that shit? I can't remember where I saw that, but like I heard about it and it just made me have nightmares. Don't worry, climate change has been controlled by super emissions, better technology that's AI powered and smarter than all the human scientists. Very true. Kids have been in the pool since got home from school, running behind. You're not late. I only started 22 minutes ago. It's too hot for me to be starting early. What's the wet bulb effect? It's basically when it's so hot and humid that the air that you breathe condenses inside your lungs because it's cooler inside your body than it is outside. So you drown because the water just condenses in your lungs, basically. Hey Threads, in Manchester for the next couple of days to work, I felt like death the minute I step out of the train. How is it this hot down here? Built on a swamp. It's all the peak excuse me, Peak District stuff. Welcome to Manchester, by the way. I hope you have a good time here. But yeah, it's all the peat hills and the peaks, and built on the swamps. So that's that. Hello, Morrigan. It's 27 degrees here. Should I peek out my door? No. Stay cold inside. Sounds like a horror movie. Yeah, wet bulb effect is very scary. Coincidentally, a load of Farage started pushing propaganda against wind turbines today, alongside other anti-Miliband briefing going on in the pedo-lib circles. I've heard about the Miliband stuff. Aren't most of the UK's cities meant to be swamps? London, yeah. Birmingham, no. Sheffield, no. Yeah, Sheffield, kinda, because of the peat. Yeah. It's more in the north. Newcastle, I think. But in the lakes, it's much cooler. So in the lakes, you know, Sheffield was muggy as fuck. I bet it was, yeah. Hey, Soul Chicken, how you doing? Good to see you. Hate that Cilla Black emote. Oh my god. Hate that. Newcastle is massive hills and Nottingham is on caves. I didn't know it was so humid there. Yeah, it's just a swampy, diseased island. That's that's all it is. Terrible. It's terrible shit. Well, the good news for Threads of Solidarity is that when you know, when she gets back up to Scotland, you're gonna feel loads better. That's gonna feel amazing for you. I wish I was coming with you. I swear to God. I wish I could just ride my bike up to fucking Scotland, man. Swamp ass of an island is so true. So, there you go. What are we having a look at today first, chat? Well, let's do it. Yeah, let's get into it. I never believed in a million years that we would have a communist pope. But here we are. What's he saying? Well, he says, it is important to resist the commodification of basic human needs. Food, water, and healthcare cannot be subordinated to market considerations or geopolitical interests. Access to adequate food is a fundamental human right grounded in the dignity of every person. Meeting this need not only alleviates suffering, but also addresses underlying causes of geopolitical instability. Indeed, food security is an essential component of global and integral security. He's an American communist pope as well, woke pope. Has anyone told Labour? I'm shocked central air and heat isn't standard there then. Oh, sweet beat. This is the thing that Yanks don't understand. Like, this is actually just climate change. Like, our summers have been getting progressively hotter and hotter over the last 6 or 7 years, right? Genuinely. I remember summers when I was a kid where the sun didn't even come out in this country. It's not supposed to be this hot. On my weather app, it's 14 degrees C hotter than the average. Yeah, around this time of year, it's normally about 20 degrees, which is hot for us, you know? Shifting of the North Atlantic current. I remember being shocked at it being over 30 as a kid. If it was over 30 degrees Celsius in the UK, yeah, back in the 90s, that would just be like insane heat wave, ridiculous. And now we're looking to get 40 degrees in some places. It's absurd. Summers used to be like spring is now, yes. It's been increasing during La Nina period. Oh, was that right? I don't know what La Nina period is. And we had heat waves concurrently for like the past 4 years or something. Yes. Oh, don't worry. It's just a heat wave. It's just a heat wave. Nothing to do with climate change. Just a heat wave. I struggle to remember what it was like when I was younger, but I'm sure it was never like this. I promise you it wasn't. I promise you it wasn't, because I remember very, very vividly that, like, summers would be, like, incredibly bearable and fun to be outside in. And now it's just like, nope. Bad stuff. Bad times to be outside in this weather. The opposite of El Nino is Il Nina? La Nina. Ironically, the UK is one of the only countries that will get colder on average because of climate change. Yeah, our winters are going to be absolutely fucking devastating. This year is going to be Godzilla El Nino. Hello, Detaway. El Nino and La Nina temperature cycles the Earth goes through where it oscillates between a peak and a trough temperature. The La Nina is where the temperature is supposed to drop by a few degrees, but it's just been going up. Yeah, cracking. I bet takeaways are like the gate to hell today. Uh-huh. I remember I was at work one time, I was in the middle of doing something, so I couldn't come over, but I heard a customer saying global warming isn't real, and I wanted to go over and be like, are you stupid? Have you ever been outside during the summer? You can feel it getting hotter every summer. Yeah, literally, right? Like, come on, man. Like, you can't expect everybody to just live in this fake reality that you're in where you just, like, don't notice the weather. You know what I mean? It's not sustainable. It's just not a sustainable ideology to just pretend that things aren't happening. You know what I mean? Noteworthy heat waves happened every few years at best. Now it's just an annual thing. Yes. I'm genuinely so mardy with how warm I am right now. Yep. Welcome to Manchester. And I live in the city centre. So, you know, the concentration of people... Like, my fucking apartment building is like fucking 100 people in my building alone, and there's like another building next to me there, another one behind us, another one to the fucking left. And then you got the road and the traffic and shit. I hate people driving in their cars in this weather because you can feel a fucking car go past you and it's like 50 degrees just coming off it, and you're just like, oh! The boomer response I've seen is to mention one summer in the 1970s. Yeah, literally just one. Literally just one. I always used to be this hot. No, it didn't! You've got lead poisoning! You reckon I could get away with a parasol as a bloke? I mean, yeah, like... Yeah, you should be able to. Like, I don't know what your area is like, but, you know. As far as we're concerned, yeah. I wish I could go over a portable AC unit and make you all feel better. Well, you know, this is an issue for the state to deal with, right? You know, like, everything is very expensive, and I guess capitalism just expects us to take the hit. You know what I mean? To take the fucking hit on literally getting into debt to buy an AC unit, and even then, it doesn't work properly because you have to get one of those where it's got one tube. You need to get one that's got two tubes, right? This is apparently the way forward. You get one with two tubes. And then you have an intake tube and an output tube. Intake and exhaust. And you have those both going out the window with a seal, you know? And then, yes, it costs £10 every day. So you have to pay £500 for that fucking thing. And then £10 a day whenever you fucking run it. This is sustainable, bro. It's so sustainable. Do you see what I mean, by the way, right? This is a demonstration. This heat and the things that we're talking about is a literal demonstration of capitalism not being sustainable. It's simply not sustainable. Because you can't expect people to do this forever and, like, not riot. Like, people are going to riot. There's going to be a summer next year or something where people are going to riot, not because of immigrants, not because of anything else, but because it's too fucking hot. That's what it's going to be. And people won't care about how fucking hot it is outside. They'll go outside and they'll fucking riot because what else are people going to do? They'll want people to listen, right? And then all of a sudden, climate change will be this very, 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 very important issue. You know? I'm also in a hotel which doesn't have AC. I'm about to roam the halls reciting Das Kapital. Oh no. Oh my god. It's literally how the Syrian civil war kicked off over a decade ago. Could never happen here. It's never gonna happen here. Never gonna happen here. I think there was a bit more about to do with the Syrian civil war, to be honest. But I imagine there was bits of that, yes. I knocked on the door of an old woman who said she thinks climate change is fake, but she's definitely voting green. I mean, that's the thing. People contain multitudes, yeah? Waiting to see cops with all their gear and 35 degrees outside. This is what I mean. It'll just be over immediately. It'll just be over, innit? You know? Yeah, rural population being displaced by desertification. Yeah, the CIA took advantage of it, essentially, is what I was alluding to. Anyway, we've got a communist pope, and that's good. Kinda. Someone was saying yesterday, can you please find the video of the based Albanians who are rejecting Jared Kushner's and Ivanka Trump's resort off this one island off Albania, right? And I couldn't find that particular video, but I could find this. This is from Threads, apparently. Let's have a look at this. Bro, you know, chat, you know what they're pushing down hills here? Do you know what they're pushing down hills? These are like places where construction workers sleep and shit, where they're building stuff. They've not even started building, and these Albanians are like, get rid of him! Like, not just that, but also, like, you know, crates that are, like, full of equipment and shit, you know what I mean? Like, this is it. Like, this is just the right response, you know? Yeah. Oh, that's so funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. Hey, Morgana. Oh, it's so good. So there you go. There's a little bit of that. A little bit of that for you. Now, everyone's having a good laugh at Keir Starmer's expense, aren't they? That's what's happening at the moment. But have you considered the effects of what your bullying can have on a person like Keir Starmer? Yeah, this was him literally 3 days ago. And this is him now. Yeah? Think before you say anything. Think before you chat. Think before you post a funny meme, you know? So there you go. A little bit of that for you. A little bit of that for you for the start of the stream. Good stuff. It's good stuff. Okay, so What am I taking a look at now? That can't be the same bloke. Yes, that's the joke. That's what the joke is. Of course that isn't. Should we have a look at it again? Should we have a look at that again? You think that this is Keir Starmer? You think that this is possibly Keir Starmer? You think that this could possibly be Keir Starmer? Don't listen to Muley's lying. The joke is... Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I figured his prep crew were magicians or something. Good stuff. Alright. Okay. We trusted you, streamer. I know. It's so crazy. Alright, so we're getting into something a little more serious now. I wanted to cover this yesterday with Keir Starmer resigning and stuff, but, you know, we had a lot of content to get through. There was an Islamophobic attack in Edinburgh at the weekend, and I am not surprised if a number of you haven't heard of this. There was an absolutely insane incident where a guy in Edinburgh with a big fucking machete started wandering around and just attacking people who look Muslim, right? And of course, it doesn't matter to him. He would have just been stabbing people who are black and brown, yeah? Now, as people are saying in the chat, barely anyone has reported on this. It is absolutely fucking shocking how the guy in Golders Green who stabbed those two blokes, apparently they didn't even die, right? That was the last I heard, that they didn't die, recovering from their injuries, right? I might be wrong about that, but as far as I'm concerned, even the guy that he stabbed earlier in the day, the Muslim guy, didn't even die, right? This fucking shit is completely insane. Now, there's a bit of a video here. I don't know how rich the video is, but of course, I'm not going to show anyone getting actually stabbed or whatever, but here's the fucking bastard. This guy was screaming all kinds of shit, saying things like, you know, I'm here to protect our daughters from being raped and shit like that. Let's have a look at this. What is with this tune? Oh my god, I'm not playing the music. I'm not playing the music. That's insane. Why would you put that kind of a music on a video like this? I hate Twitter sometimes. Look at the state of him. The absolute fucking state of it. Has he got two knives? Bro, I can't be fucking like showing this. Does it actually show him stabbing someone? No, he's just like trying to get in a fucking pub. Hang on a second. No, it doesn't actually show him stabbing anyone, I don't think. Okay, alright. But yeah, he like... You can see this guy is just an utter fucking psycho. Right? He just like clocks someone who he thinks is like black or brown or whatever. And he just like runs up to the fucking pub. He's trying to fucking kick it open and shit. Trying to smash the fucking glass. Look at people just walking past, bro. What are you fucking on about? He's got a fucking machete, mate. Insane. So here's the cops, you know, getting him. Hang on, is there still the insane music being played here?
Raping our young daughters, raping our kids. Enough is enough. I have had enough.
Right? So he's explicitly repeating far-right fascist rhetoric there as he's getting bundled away by the bobbies, right? And I don't know about the situation of the guy that this guy stabbed, whether they're dead, whether they got life-changing injuries or whatever. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, he went and did this damage anyway. He's harmed people. and it is all explicitly because of a fascist agenda, right? You know what I mean? And it sure looks like he was just looking for a reason to be a violent piece of shit to me, rather like the rest of the people like him. Yeah, this guy just wanted a reason. And this did happen after Restore's supposed rape gang inquiry was released, yeah? Rupert Lowe, I was going to debunk it on the stream, but there's loads of people on Twitter who just, like, did it immediately. I was gonna do a whole stream where we went through it, but it was a heavy news week last week, so we didn't get round to it. But Rupert Lowe basically put out this, you know, he's the head of Restore for people who don't know. And, well, I don't know if he's one of the Belfast writers. He's in Edinburgh. He could be Scottish. I don't know if it was Irish, Scottish, whatever. He might just... It doesn't matter, right? He's white and he's fucking trying to murk off some fucking Muslims, you know? But anyway, Rupert Lowe, the guy who's in charge of Restore Britain, the ultra-right party to the right of reform, he released the so-called Rape Gang Inquiry Report last week. You'll know, probably, even if you're not in the UK, that the right-wing rhetoric around so-called grooming gangs, I mean, I don't want to call them so-called grooming gangs, because they are grooming gangs, to be clear, but that's the kernel of the truth in the wider lie of the fascists, right? The wider lie of the fascists is that, you know, Muslim men, brown men, black men are way more likely to be pedophiles than white people, which is just, you know, provably incorrect. So the rape gang inquiry was supposed to be like, we're taking it on ourselves to research all this and prove once and for all that Islam is the reason that all these rape gangs exist, right? It's literally Muslimic rape gangs, like that fucking meme. Like, that's still a fucking thing, right? They're still talking about the Muslimic rape gangs, yeah? And this rape gang inquiry report supposedly claims that there were 250,000 women and girls who have been raped by Muslims in this country. This has been widely disputed. It's you know, all the information about the you know, the content of the data that they used, you know, the so-called data that they used. It's been widely debunked all over Twitter. There's a bunch of people who've said, yeah, it's all bollocks. And this attack happened after that came out. Now, this guy is obviously incentivized to attack people because he's heard that Muslim people are raping women and girls. And as he's getting attacked, he's like, I'm protecting our women and girls, right? As he's getting arrested, sorry, he's saying, I'm protecting our women and girls. And, you know, there is a solid through line, like a solid through line, where we could say, okay, Rupert Lowe, Nigel Farage, all these people, Tommy Robinson, Matt Goodwin, all the fucking people on the right are saying that this is a huge problem in this country. Pedophilia and rape is a huge problem in this country, but it is overwhelmingly done by white people, right? By white men. And this guy's gone out and attempted to murder 5 people because of what they look like. They might not even have been Muslim, but he's just said they look Muslim, so he's gone for them, yeah? And it is clearly because of the exaggeration and the rhetoric that the right wing are doing in this country. There is literally barely any fucking reporting about this over the weekend. It might as well have not fucking happened. You better believe it didn't even reach international news at all. And I haven't even seen anyone on the left cover it, even in Britain. Which is nuts to me. Absolutely fucking nuts to me. There very well may have been British people who've covered it, but I've just not seen it, and I'm not blaming them because it's gone completely under the radar for a lot of people. So, let's take a look at this. This is Stop the Bollocks with Mirabelle. Bit of a tweet-heavy person, but this is a pretty solid bit of data that's been put together here, I think by CFM UK. This is like Communication Standards NGO or something like that. Minutes per channel. The Edinburgh stabbing versus the Golders Green stabbings, right? BBC News, 59 minutes versus 317 for Golders Green. Sky News, 43 versus 282 for Gold is Green. GB News, obviously, 9, the lowest, versus 355 for Gold is Green. ITV, 10 versus 103 for Gold is Green. ITV is a bit sort of more like, okay, you can kind of understand it, but the disparity is still there, right? The disparity is still fucking there. If they only did 103 minutes on Gold is Green, that is a third less than the rest of the mainstream channels, you know, and they still managed to do 10 minutes on this. Still, the disparity is stark, right? It's a stark difference. And that is because of the institutionalized, you know, anti-Islam and anti-Muslim and anti-black racism that is so prevalent in this country. I'm surprised GB News even gave it 9. Yeah, me too. Edinburgh Airport was shut down earlier in the day for a suspicious package as well. Don't know if that influenced him. Yeah, maybe. Per usual, the failure of the authorities to tackle the situation has taken second place. The bigots using it as a reason to regurgitate the shit they see on Facebook. Yes. From the excerpts I've seen, I've read, it seems to prove what we've always known. Cops are sexist and classist pieces of shit who look down on vulnerable working class girls as deserving it. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Probably 9 minutes of defending and supporting it on GB News. Correct. Yes, correct. So there you go. What else do we have regarding this? There's the video. This was some of the only reporting that I could find of it, even on a YouTube search. And this is fucking Sky News Australia. 5 injured in suspected UK hate attacks. Now, chat, in Australia, Sky News is way more right-wing. It may as well be GB News in Australia. And they still managed to do a 30-second piece on this, right? And I couldn't find any other news channels who reported on this. Let's see how they report on it.
A man's been arrested after a series of suspected anti-Muslim attacks in Scotland, leaving 5 people injured. Police confirm incidents involving assaults, threats, robbery and vandalism were reported in several parts of the city. 5 men have been injured in the attacks, 3 of which required hospital treatment. A 36-year-old man has been arrested. Counter-terrorism officers are now leading the investigation, as authorities say there is no place for racism or faith-based hate in Scotland.
Now, I know what you are saying, chat. I know what you're thinking. Keir Starmer did a Cobra meeting about this, didn't he? He was so shocked and appalled by all of this that he did a Cobra meeting, didn't he? He did a Cobra meeting, and he was like, oh my God, we've got to do that. We've got to do a Cobra meeting. We'll know that in fact did not happen. No, that in fact did not happen. There's no Cobra meeting. Keir Starmer said that he was appalled by the attacks, and then of course just resigned. Now, a lot of people who defend Keir Starmer like to say things along the lines of, well, you know, he's just doing his best to fight anti-Semitism. There is a real problem with anti-Semitism in this country, and he's doing his best to fight that, right? Now, if he had any scruples at all, and, you know, there are even some Starmer defenders who say that he's just doing this because of the lobby group. Like, they understand that the lobby group is there, but he does actually care about Muslims, right? He does actually care about racism in this country. He really does. Trust us. And if that were true, he would have made this his last act as prime minister, wouldn't it? Before he resigned, right? Because he's now just going to be doing like the administration of stuff and this, that, and the other. And that's the end of it. This could have been the thing that he did to redeem himself, not just in the eyes of people like that who actually support him, but the thing that redeems his entire fucking legacy. But he didn't. He didn't do shit. Not 25 million quid to defend Muslim communities. No Cobra meeting. No nothing of the sort. Not endless news coverage. It is completely insane. And that is why we, as working people, need to come together and protect our comrades. To protect our racialized comrades. To protect each other. Join your local anti-fascist org. Join your local community organization, whether it be a community garden, whether it be a tenant union, anything like that. Because we need to educate the masses. We need to help the masses. And the way that we do that is by coming together and organizing, right? Otherwise, stuff like this is just going to keep happening. Stuff like this is going to keep happening, but we can mitigate it, you know, by doing the work to mitigate it. By observing people like this, by surveilling them, figuring out if they're planning things like this, etc., 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 being aware of them in your neighborhood, right? And I'm not saying turn into like completely paranoid cop-brained idiots who are just like, you know, fucking curtain twitching and shit like that. I mean, genuinely speak to people in your neighborhood, and if someone is coming out with rhetoric like this, you got to have conversations with them. You got to speak to them properly, right? And it's on people who look like me, yeah, to take the lead on this, because we can't expect our Muslim comrades to do this. We can't expect our black comrades to do this. We can't expect our women comrades to do this. If you're a man, if you're white, you've got to be at the forefront of having these conversations and telling these people that they're fucking wrong. You know? And how you do that is up to you. I can't tell you of a perfect way to do that, but I do know that helping people with their material conditions and redirecting their anger to people in charge rather than people who are in the same class as them works. But that is for people to figure out between themselves in the communities that you operate in, right? I don't know what it's like in the community you operate in. It could be similar to Manchester. Manchester is very luckily a very progressive, multicultural city. If something like this happened in Manchester, I would be shitting it, because I would not. It's just it would be completely unexpected. But there you go. Obviously, there have been mosque attacks in Manchester. Just catching myself there. But something of this magnitude, something of this fucking magnitude is would be unprecedented. Definitely shot locals, yeah, I bet. So, you know, it's on us to do something about this. Speaking of mosque attacks, let's have a look at this from Lizzie Dearden. A trend on threads in violence against Muslims in the UK. Since 2017, around a quarter of declared terror attacks in Britain have targeted Muslims or Muslim migrants. Such attacks have become more frequent since 2022. There have also been several plots targeting Muslims, including foiled attacks on mosques. Outside of terrorism, under the UK's legal definition, Muslims have been targeted during wider racial violence, including the riots in Belfast and after the Southport attack. Most recent police figure shows a 19% annual rise in hate crime against Muslims, who are the most targeted religious group. Those figures only run up until March 2025. The next batch is out in October, so do not capture several high-profile incidents over the past year. Those include the rape of a woman in Walsall who was targeted in mistaken belief she was a Muslim, verbally abused and degraded on that basis. Over the past 3 years, there's been a pattern of violence against Muslims, increasing after what police call trigger events. Southport attacks, sex offences by asylum seekers, Belfast stabbings. Senior police leaders have been raising concern about the impact of polarisation and fake news. If you want to research further, the post-2017 terror attacks targeting Muslims, Muslim migrants are 2017 Finsbury Park attack, 2019 Stanwell attack, 2022 Dover firebombing, 2024 Worcester hotel stabbing, 2025 Bristol axe attack. Terror attacks are not always immediately declared by the police. And of course, in the wider world, the Christchurch attack in Aotearoa, very significant. Well, what's going on here? Tommy Robinson. Oh, he's saying something about it. So someone has apparently attacked a group of Muslims in Edinburgh and was heard shouting he's protecting girls from Muslim rape gangs. Police are already calling it a terror attack, not a lone wolf with mental health problems. This was all inevitable. Politicians and legacy media have ignored the concerns of the British public long enough, slandering everyone instead of facing the issues. So Tommy Robinson here attempting to avoid culpability for being party to inspiring this kind of stuff by saying, oh, what can you expect? This is only going to happen when migration just keeps happening and everyone calls everyone racist. So, yeah, nice try, dickhead. So here is what Keir Starmer actually said about the Edinburgh attacks. This is a literal 2-minute 28 segment from Sky News UK that came out the other day. Let's have a look at this. Hello, Baldwin's Ghost, by the way. Welcome in. You don't understand, Mule. His father was a toolmaker. Yes, you're right. Of all the things about Keir Starmer that I've never heard that the most.
20s and 30s attacked in Edinburgh. 3 were taken to hospital, but thankfully none have serious injuries. Well, we know...
Chat, by the way, today, don't forget to let me know if you see any flickering on the webcam. Yeah, you see the cam go dark, you let me know.
That this all unfolded last night at about
tag me in the chat if it happens.
Sight Hill area of Edinburgh. 2 men were injured and taken to hospital. And in the next 40 minutes, 3 more men were attacked near retailers in the west and north of Edinburgh. And it was 9:30 p.m. when the suspect was finally detained. These locations where the attacks took place were quite a distance from each other. We're talking miles, so not necessarily a distance that would be easy to walk. Well, Police Scotland have said that a 36-year-old white Scottish man has been arrested and he remains in custody. There is no further threat to the public, police say, that counter-terrorism policing Scotland are investigating. Well, I can read you a statement now from the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, who wrote on the social media network X. I'm horrified by news of the attack in Edinburgh. She says, I'm grateful to the police and emergency services for their bravery in apprehending.
This was not today, atomically powered. What, the Sky News report coming out today? 2 days ago. I thought it came out today. Sorry if I said it came out today. I don't think it did. Oh, the actual attack. No, it was on Saturday. This is the thing. People don't even know. People don't even know when this happened. It happened on Saturday.
Response in attending to the victims. The suspect appears to be motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. There is no place for hatred and violence against Muslims. I know it is not who we are as a country. Well, we are.
Right, but it is though, Shabana, because you've made it like that. It is actually, and you have been part of making it who we are as a country.
Are waiting further details from Police Scotland, but an incredibly concerning incident for the local community. And as I mentioned, this man remains in custody.
Phoebe Southworth with the latest on that. Phoebe, thank you. Now, just days after signing a framework for peace, Iran's leaders claim to have...
Oh, wow, look at that. They moved on in the news story. Chat. This is how much the mainstream media is culpable in this kind of stuff. Sky News could not even be bothered to edit this news story, this news clip taken from their live stream, where they are talking about absolutely appalling. Keir Starmer condemns Edinburgh attacks. Doesn't even mention that it's, an anti-Muslim attack. Doesn't even mention that he was saying racist shit. Doesn't even mention anything about that, right? Doesn't even mention anything about that. And then in this clip, after 1 minute 36, the report ends. You can see she stops talking, literally 1 minute and 30 seconds. She stops talking. It goes over to the other anchor, and the last fucking minute of the video is a different story. A completely different story. Hey, Superlifter, seems like there's a difference in attention paid by the media to attacks against Muslims. What? You're just telling me now. I'm just learning this now. So yeah, there you have it, chat. Now, someone in the chat earlier said, Mule, have you seen Asmongold react to this and condone it? And the answer to that is no. I was saving it for today on the stream where I can react to that. Let's have a listen and see what this human sludge says about this.
Oh, that his bullshit rape gang report falsely claiming Muslims raped 250,000 white girls same week. Elon Musk, is anyone surprised? They're inciting violence against Muslims and emboldening extremists. If you think this is bad, this is nothing. This is nothing. This is not even remotely bad. Oh my God. And another Hassan? Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy for me to see some of this stuff, right? And let me see what the other ones here. Hassan, bigger apologist. Exactly. And he'll always, this is what he'll do, is he'll always try to he will immediately, this is a person who has immediately come to a conclusion. You've created an entire narrative, and you've done all of this in the span of 3 hours since this event happened. And now everybody else has to listen to this narrative. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? I don't want to hear about this. This person defends every terrorist in the world, and now he wants us to be worried about something bad happening to people like him. That's it.
God, it's so transparent, right? It's so transparent. Exactly, based. Does he ever read a comment he disagrees with? Literally never. Literally never. Yeah, Twitch terms of service? Anyone gonna do anything about this guy at Twitch? No? Condoning literal murder, like attempted murder of Muslims, saying, if you think this is bad, you just wait, bro. Insane stuff. Completely insane stuff. If I said anything even remotely similar about Palestine action and Twitch staff heard me say about it, heard me talk about it, I would be fucking taken down in an instant and maybe arrested. Anyway. So, you know, obviously people are getting rightfully disgusted by his words and the things he's saying about this, his attitude towards this. We're all getting pissed off that he's not banned from Twitch. Why is this the case? Yada, yada, yada. This video actually came out today, and I do want to just have a little look at a little section of it. Hugo was actually reacting to this earlier, and we're not going to watch all of it because Hassan couldn't even be bothered to shout me out yesterday when I raided him. So fuck that guy. We're never raiding him again. It's never happening. I didn't even get any follows. It was a waste of time. Even with 171 viewers. Yeah, that's not an insignificant raid. Yeah, I had 171 viewers that raided. But anyway, whatever. Who cares? It's just whatever. So let's have a little listen to this. This is Hassan reacting to some more Asmongold content, but I do think that it's significant. I don't know if it's at this point in the video or is it later in the video. I think it might be. I think it might be here. Is it here? Consider stream with Nick Fuentes. Here, let's have a little look at this.
Oh, because I'm one of them.
Now, do you not get deplatformed through all this? Oh, I simply, I am a very pragmatic person. I have no problems not saying things or not doing something if I feel like it won't be advantageous for me.
Right, so you hear what he's saying there, chat, yeah? You hear what he's saying, yeah? I won't say anything. Why is he dressed like that? What, Hassan? Oh, there's 3 people on the screen. There's 4 people on the screen, including me. Yeah, quoting Ayn Rand, is that right? On the penny farthing, Hassan. Yeah, I hate that he's wearing suits at the moment so much. It's so crazy. There's 7 people on the screen. Oh, wait, no, because there's Jeff Epstein there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 people on the stream right here. Anyway, you hear what Asmongold is saying right there. He's saying, I'm very careful. I don't say things unless they're going to be advantageous to me. And then listen to what he says next.
So I just simply don't say things that I think will get me in trouble, and until it's okay to say them.
So he pushes the boundaries, right? That's what he's saying. He's always pushing the boundaries of what he thinks he can get away with. He is displaying a knowledge that he is aware of the Overton window, right? He's aware of the Overton window and what his place in pushing the Overton window to the right is.
That's literally it. You're a good boy. Yeah, I like Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it.
Sometimes you gotta be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. What are you gonna do? Go ahead, cancel me.
To me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change.
He knows it, chat. He knows it. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly where his position in the right-wing pipeline is. I don't spearhead any kind of controversial change. I'm a mainstream ally. Yeah? I'm a mainstream ally. I don't know enough about these topics to lead, so I just skirt the edge until the edge moves. I mean, there's definitely an element of that. Like, he is also an idiot. Yeah, he is playing not like us during this. But, you know, but again, chat, like, he's doing that on purpose. Like, everything that he does is to annoy us and, like, stress out liberals and all this kind of stuff, right? You know? This bisexual stands with Little St. James. Yeah, Nick Fuentes. Yeah, it's crazy. I've seen streams where he clearly knows more than he's letting on. He knew deep neo-Nazi phrases I've never heard of. Yeah, like, I do think that he is, like, you know, he's lying a bit when he's trying to, like, make out, like, oh, you know, I'm not going to spearhead any kind of... He wants to spearhead actual change. He wants to make it happen and shit like that, right? But he is, in fact, just saying, like, I know where my position is in all of this. I'm a bit more mainstream. I'm a bit more, like, you know, sensitive than Nick Fuentes, but not by much. And that's why I'm putting Nick Fuentes on the stream, because I want to advertise to A, Nick Fuentes, that I'm like you, and B, that my audience should go and watch him, right?
I can't really do that.
You niggas are not ready for that conversation, but Jeff Epstein, not a pedophile, but you're not ready for that conversation. All of his victims, 14 to 17. That's not pedophilia. But y'all niggas ain't ready for that conversation.
And again, Nick Fuentes is doing the same, right? He's desperate to, like, make us fucking angry as hell and be like, oh, you know, pedophilia is not really pedophilia. Black is white, up is down, yada, 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 this, that, and the other. Chat, I can tell you as a pedophilia survivor, yeah, that, like, you don't need to waste your time getting mad at this. He's doing it on purpose. He's a piece of shit. And he's literally saying it just to annoy people. And, you know, he might agree with it. He might also be a pedo. I don't know. But don't let it distract you from the work, which is organizing, right? That's what we need to be doing. That's what we need to be doing. Yeah, they're boundary pushing. That's what it is. They're boundary pushing. You know, they're spiritually rapists, right? Spiritually you know, might not be actually pedophiles or rapists or whatever, but spiritually they are, because they're pushing boundaries all the time. You know, I literally just feel bad for him because he grew up in 4chan, so this shit was normalized to him. No, don't feel bad for him. What are you talking about? He's a fucking neo-Nazi. No. You don't have to feel bad for him. Definitely don't do that. Don't waste your time getting mad at this. Don't waste your time feeling bad for him. Certainly not. Yes, he is an open fascist propagandist. Yes, he raised himself in that environment, you know? I used 4chan as a kid and I'm not a neo-Nazi. This is all by choice. Exactly, yes. Yes, it's not, you know? There is definitely some kind of overlap of, you know, people who use 4chan who are, like, big into the neo-Nazi Gamergate stuff, and they were psyoped by Jeffrey Epstein, right? And that's kind of why Nick Fuentes, I think, is doing this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, as well as it being, like, a convenient way to annoy people and upset people and all that kind of stuff, yeah? I also think it's because Nick Fuentes knows that people were psyoped. Certainly people in his audience were psyoped, and they figured it out. Yeah, Moot found him poll the day after meeting Epstein. Yeah, classic stuff. Yeah, so there can be some overlap with that, but there is also, like, the people who are just, like, wholeheartedly and full-throatedly just, you know, getting involved with this shit for the love of the game, you know? For the actual love of the game.
People say that's normalizing pedophilia. No, that's defining pedophilia.
It would compromise my position. That's the reason I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah,
that's the reason I'm a funnel. There you go. I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel. Chat, he knows what he's doing. So all of this stuff where he's saying, like, oh, this is nothing. You wait until there's a big, huge attack and it's all this kind of stuff. Oh, Hassan's just scared now because something bad might happen to him when the woke left have been attacking people who look like me all the time. It's all just nonsense. It's all black is white, up is down, blue is green. You know? It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter. He's just doing it to wind you up. He's doing it to wind you up. He is also doing it to radicalize people and try and get them into a funnel, but they're just not smart enough, right? They're not smart enough in terms of like helping people to like go out and organize and figure this shit out. Hell, leftists aren't smart enough to do that. You know? Leftists aren't smart enough to do that. I constantly get pissed off all the time about how like leftists are just like not smart enough or like not open enough to talk about like unionizing, building dual power. These are all like legal things in most countries that you could do. Like no one is saying like do a violent, horrible revolution. Like none of us are saying that. Dual power is literally the process that you should follow to have a peaceful revolution where no one gets killed, right? That's what you do. You build dual power so that you no longer have to rely on the state, so that the workers control the means of production, and then there's a dictatorship of the proletariat, right? That's it. That's what you do. Yeah? That's what you do. So that's the end of that. Don't joke about Fed posting. I warned you about that earlier in the week. Take a week off. I'm starting to clamp down on this shit. Yeah, don't joke about Fed posting. All things like saying no comment, redacted, shit like that. Sorry, but we are literally in a conversation where I'm talking about how right-wingers get away with stuff and left-wingers don't on Twitch, right? Someone in the chat literally just said, Twitch is a Nazi platform before you sent that message. Please don't endanger my only fucking job, comrade. We are supposed to be comrades, so have some solidarity with me and don't get me fucking sacked. Okay, you want to defend him, Soccer? You take a fucking day off as well. Yep. Sorry, but I'm clamping down on it. I'm cracking down on it. Do you think that Twitch staff are like not wise to this stuff? Do you think that they're not wise to it?
They're inciting violence against Muslims and emboldening extremists. If you think this is bad, this is...
So this is what Hassan, this is what Asmongold is doing. He understands what his... No, I'm not saying that your message was bad at all, Hippie Marshmallow. I was using your message as an example as to why you shouldn't joke about Fed posting in the chat. Yeah? Because you literally just... You know, you literally just pointed out, didn't you? Twitch is a Nazi platform as long as they allow him, right? Which, like, highlights what I'm saying, which is that people like Asmongold get away with shit, get away with doing insane shit like this, and then, you know, I'm literally there, and I'm talking about, you know, here's what we do as leftists. We do dual power so that you have a non-violent revolution, and then Banker turns around and goes, no comment, right? I'm sorry, but stop fucking with my potential income. You are not showing solidarity with a comrade. I'm sorry, you're just not. You're just not. Stop doing it in Twitch streamers' chats who you value the streams of. Stop it. And don't defend people who do it. Like, what, you know, what am I not like? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm becoming the friend that is banging on about joining unions and getting organized. Yeah. Like, this is the thing. People get asked not to do it in every chat. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It is literally just fucking solidarity with a fucking Twitch streamer, yeah? None of us are out here making Hassan money, right? So if we get banned, it has an effect. It has a literal effect. I'm going to get kicked off Universal Credit in October, yeah? It's not a fucking joke, you know? Anyway. I'm not going to spend too much more time on that, but I am just using those two chats as an example. Yeah, I'm not fucking around with this shit anymore. Next person who fucking does it is getting a ban. Yeah, just going to start banning people because I just can't risk it. I can't risk it. So the whole point that I wanted to make about this is that, like, yeah, you know, left-wing streamers do need to be talking about this stuff because, again, you know, all of this kind of, you know, talk about organizing and shit like that. As I said, Building dual power is about a non-violent revolution. Val, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Legend. Thank you very much. First dono of the day. Appreciate you, Val. Val, another heavy lifter in the chat. Always donating. Always chucking in £3 where she can. Alright, fuck it. We'll do a call to action. Chat, you know what the real solidarity is? It's tipping me. Yeah? It's giving me money. It's tipping me. There you go. I do this all pretty much every day. I do this 4 days a week for about 8 hours a day, including prep for the stream. It's my full-time job. It's my only form of income. Please consider... Oh my god, don't look at the tear in my shirt. If you want to help me buy new shirts... Look at the tear in my shirt. If you want to help me buy new shirts. If you want to give me money with which I can go to the Chazza and get more shirts, yeah. Please consider tipping. Please consider subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. I would only ask that anyone... it's from all that getting hench. Yeah, this is what... More and more people are saying this. Yo, thank you so much, Sorka, for the £1. I appreciate you. Appreciate that. I am kind of interested if the need to say stupid shit like that is a correlation to these spoiling backseat games. I just think that people get pissed off. I understand why people do it. I do understand that people are getting pissed off, but people need to understand that I will be way more pissed off than they've ever been if I can't earn money anymore. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? Hey, Ethia, welcome in. Hey, Chilavina, I wish I could wear a shirt. I mean, I'm sure you can if you try, but maybe you're saying it's too hot. I don't know. I found some socks like that the other day. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, thank you so much for the £1, Sorka. Really appreciate that. Thanks for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Despite being timed out for a day. Appreciate you. Thank you for the solidarity. What was I going to say? Yes, please consider supporting the stream. New job, first paycheck coming in soon. Is Dono with PayPal or Patreon better? Yeah, defo PayPal, I think. I can't remember how much Patreon take. I hope it wasn't my fault. It absolutely was not your fault, Morrigan. It was not your fault. You can't be held responsible for other people's actions. It's fine. It's too hot for me to do the full pitch. If you want to help me pay my rent, if you want to help me pay my bills, please donate and sub off Twitch. We've only got £46 to go to hit the dono goal. And we're an hour into the stream. There you go. I don't know, man. There's also a sub goal. You can sub on Twitch if you like. Johnny, thank you for the £5.
How much
Appreciate
for
you.
a suit stream?
I will never do it. £1,000. £1,000 dono, and I will wear a suit on a stream. Fine. Yes, okay. Threads with the tenner, let's go!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Johnny with the $5, Threads with the tenner. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Appreciate it. If you start wearing a suit, I'll lose all respect for you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to wear a suit. If people want me to wear a suit once on stream, I will absolutely do that. But £1,000 is my price. Everyone has their price, comrade. Yeah? I have a really stupid question. I'm hoping you could possibly help me. If I want to get more involved with my local Green Party, what do I say in the email? Do I just ask what they have coming up locally? Is it as simple as that? Is there anything else I should include in the email? No, yeah, I would. I think that you got it on point. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hello, McGinn. How you doing? Welcome in. Entire stream of dressing and talking like Heath. That's £2,000 for me to do a Keir Starmer impression stream. How much for a zoot suit? That would feel problematic. Zoot suits are like a Latin American and Black American, cultural thing. I would feel bad. Furry suit. I mean, you're also gonna have to pay for the fursuit, and they're like thousands of pounds. So you're gonna have to pay £1,000 for me to wear that, and then also buy me a fursuit as well. So I don't know if you want to be like taking on that. You know? I don't know if you want to be taking on those costs. That's all right, Crimson. Don't worry, you've not offended me. So no need to apologize to me. But welcome into the stream. How you doing? What animal would you have? I don't care. I don't whatever you want. Badger. People seem to think that I'm like a badger. This is really important. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Not to me, it's not. To you, it is. People are saying that I have a badger vibe. I do whatever you want, man. I don't give a fuck. Pay me money and I'll do it. You pay the money and I'll do it. You buy the badger fursuit, and then another. I'm starting to regret. No, £2,000 for a fursuit, especially in this weather. £2,000. Ms. Kip says, thanks. I feel really naive, especially at my age, but it feels important to start talking with my actions for the sake of my kids. If I want change rather than doing what I have up until now and just accepting things for as they are. Hey, listen, like, I really appreciate that, but there's no need to feel naive or ashamed or anything like that. Listen, there was the first time that any of us got involved in anything. Yeah? And I... felt very odd when I was first getting involved in the tenants union, but then I became a member solidarity officer, member defense officer, and then I got elected as being the fucking chair, right? It's just how it goes, right? And when I first reached out to him, I felt a bit odd and didn't really know what was going on and stuff. That's normal. That's fully normal, yeah? Anyone who says they've never thought about what animal they would be is lying. Yeah, I've obviously thought that I would be a wolf. A wolf. In the night. But I think that's just like a toxic masculine thing. I don't think that's like a... The wolf inside him is there, yeah. Yeah. I appreciate you for making me feel like by doing something that you can do something. Yes, that's what I'm here for, right? That's what I'm here for. Red Bear, thank you so much for the £3. Let's go. It's popping off. Chat, we're just £3 off a Melpo cam. Is he in the room? Melpo is in fact in the room. Fucking hell, he looks fucking dead. Hang on. No, he's not. He just opened his eyes. I really panicked just then. He was just like very warm. Oh, he meowed. I wish I could pet him from here, but he wouldn't want that anyway because it's too warm. Okay, chat. I should be on big screen really. Well, if I'm begging for donos, I should be on the big screen, right? You have 2 wolves inside you. This furry con is going great. Yep. That's a good one. I like that. You got 2 wolves inside you. They're both boys and they're kissing. Yeah, exactly. I just really like wolves, to be honest. Overheated cat moment, yeah. I wish I could be a bear so I could sleep through the entire winter, but then I'd like to sleep through the entire summer and autumn as well. So probably a cat. Yeah, cats sleep so much, it's crazy. It's absolutely mad. I can't wait to get in the heat mat. Because I think that'll really sort his life out. Oops. Oh no. He's very warm. He's like doing meows like an abandoned kitten at the side of the road. We got the dog a heat mat, but she wouldn't sleep on it, just preferred the non-carpeted floor. I mean, the floor here is pretty cold, so he might just be okay. But I feel like it is just so hot in here that I feel like it would be really good for him. So I don't know. Chat, come on. We just need £3 to turn on the Melpo cam. You need to get the Melpo cam turned on early in the stream. Yeah. Early in the stream. Otherwise, he's just going to fuck off. So £3. That's all we need. £3. And then we're halfway to me shutting up about begging for donos. So you got that to consider as well. A lot of heavy hitters have been redonating. We got, you know, people donating again and again and again. I want to see a more collective donation structure. There are 400 people who pass through the stream every day. And all I need is 5 of them to donate £10 each, or 10 of yous to donate £5 each, or 20 of yous to donate £2.50 each. That's all I know. That's all I know. But you can do it. You can do it. All together. Yeah, ape together strong. Comrades together strong. That's how it works. They just don't understand why it's so warm. They don't, do they? My grandparents rescued a shivering, soaking wet, abandoned 4-week-old kitten. Comically tragic situation. That's so sad. What's happened to it? Why is it like that? My cat was to cool off. What? He basically has 2 houses and doggy doors on both. He can come and leave as he wishes. Oh, my cat does have ways to cool off. Right. Constantly sleeps in the warmest spots, even in the middle of summer. Wow, that's crazy. That's so funny. Little do all the animals know it's people what done it. I think some animals do know. I used to have a thing for this, no? I used to have a... No? No, am I thinking of a... Veronique Lecloche.
For the boy.
Thank you so much, Veronique Lecloche 20 for the £5. Really appreciate that. Thank you for someone on Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. We've unlocked the cat cam and we got £27 on the Dono goal. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's get it on. I'm wearing some really tight shorts. It's a really bad idea. Oh my god. There he is. Oh, he looks so forlorn. There he is. Big stretch. I know the feeling, yeah. Melted Melpo. It's crazy, but there it is. So, oh, I need to fix that. Oh, with his eyes! Sleepy man. He's just a little sleepy fella. Let's give chat a bit more room. There we go. Yeah, I thought I had an orca scene. I was talking about orcas. Orcas definitely know. That's what I was talking about, shitlog, yeah. My cat keeps trying to sunbathe on the windowsill. I've had to stop her so she doesn't give herself a heat stroke. Yeah, that sounds scary. Poor little Tilly. I'm super lucky as my house is super cool throughout the years. My 2 cats are always chasing the sun, even when it's hot as tits outside. Yeah, that's mad. That is mad. Little melt puddle, yeah. Okay, chat, we're going to move on to a bit more news. Obviously, I did the Makerfield by-election 12-hour super stream last week, but I just wanted to do a little update on some Britbonger news and a little bit of interesting analysis from that. Let's take a little look at this 5-minute thing from Sam Coates on Sky News talking about the Burnham effect, the Andy Burnham effect. And let's see how embarrassing and shit and wrong it is, yeah?
Andy Burnham talked about a turning point for Britain in his speech. The numbers that we saw for his election to Makerfield suggest just that. Actually, it is a result that really knocks it out of the park and supports the idea that actually Keir Starmer could be in for a very turbulent few days, because Andy Burnham's done better than I think almost anybody anticipated. Here are the raw numbers of people that voted for him. Andy Burnham won by a majority of 9,231 votes. That's almost double the amount that we saw Josh Simons, the last incumbent Labour MP for Makerfield, get. So that's quite a remarkable increase. When you remember just 6 weeks ago, the Reform UK party won in every single ward in the local elections, but actually Andy Burnham amassed 24,927 votes, more than the 15,696 votes of Reform and 3,111 of Restore. And interesting, we'll come on to this in a moment, because all the other parties really squeezed, and even fitted on the Liberal Democrats.
Now, the important thing to look at here, chat, is the amount of people who voted for Andy Burnham. Now, it does tell you that the amount of people who voted for Andy Burnham do not want the politics of reform. Yeah? Now, remember, this constituency had a 58% turnout for this by-election. Now, that is a high turnout for a by-election, but let me explain something. Still leaves 40% of the population, 42% of the population of voting age, or even those who are registered to vote. There could be more people in Makerfield who are just not registered to vote, right? I don't know. But there's 40% of people in Makerfield who felt like none of these parties represented them. Now, they could be potential Green Party voters if the Greens did more campaigning there. But overall, there's 40% of people who didn't want to vote for Reform and they didn't want to vote for Labour, and the other parties didn't particularly do it for them anyway, right? So that's kind of an unknown. But there is something that we do know about that, which is that they felt like they couldn't be bothered to vote, yeah? It's the same for a lot of people in this country. 24,000 people, right? Let's say 25,000 people in this constituency. Of that 58% of people who turned out to vote, 25,000 people said, we are not going to vote for Reform. Right? We do not like Reform's politics. Now, do they believe that Labour's politics are any better? Well, no, because they're voting for someone new to lead the Labour Party, because they're hoping that Andy Burnham is going to push the Labour Party left. That's what all these people turned out to vote for, to push the Labour Party left somehow by using Andy Burnham. Now, the majority of people that we saw interviewed there who were talking about voting for Andy Burnham, they were all old people, weren't they, chat, right? They were all old people, yeah? Yes, exactly. This was a referendum on Keir Starmer. That's why you had the drop-off on Lib Dems and Green voters. There was a lot of tactical voting. This was literally like, everybody hates Keir Starmer, get him out. Andy Burnham, get him in. That'll be that, yeah? And it will push the Labour Party left, hopefully. Right? We'll get some kind of social safety nets. We'll get some kind of relief for how difficult it is to live in Britain at the moment. Now, I have been saying, so the Labour majority was 20%, so it's literally almost half of the people who turned out to vote voted for Labour, yeah? 25,000 people. It's a lot, right? Out of 50,000 people, right? Well, actually, if 20%, what's 20% of... Wait, hang on. If 24... You times that by 5... This is like a fifth of people. Yeah, a fifth of people turned out, right, to say, no, we're not having that. And... but wait, hang on. No, is it saying that the majority is 20%? They have a 20% majority, like a 20% lead. I think it's saying that it's a 20% lead. It has to be a 20% lead, right? It has to be, doesn't it? Because we can see the numbers down here. So it's a 20% lead. It's probably about 50%, right? It's about 50% of people. Now, as I have been saying, Oh my God, Slick Stug with a £1.7. Let's go. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Thank you very much. You see, this is what I'm saying. Everybody coming together, all donating as one, and creating the Megazord of communism, which is my bank account. Yeah? That's how you get communism. It's when you donate to the Mule stream. I've said this many times before, yeah? So, what was I saying? As I've been saying this week, yesterday, and I think during the Makerfield by-election super stream, I was also saying this constituency is a prime Reform constituency. What do I mean by that? This is the exact place where Reform believe they can win. It's the exact place that they believe Reform can win. What do I mean by that? Majority white, majority old, majority middle class. It's the kind of place that voted for the Conservatives in the 2019 general election, right? Get those Restore clowns on the ground stat. But this is another thing. Restore campaigned extremely hard in this constituency as well, and it is also a prime Restore. Like, think about it. There's 3,000 people in Makerfield that are like, get them all gone. That's not an insignificant number, right? In you know, relatively speaking. Now, there's going to be a bunch of people who voted for Restore who actually don't know what the fuck they are and are just like, oh, they sound fun, right? Oh, a new party. Let's vote them for a protest vote or whatever. There's going to be a significant amount of people who voted for Restore who just have no idea what the actual politics are. And if they found out some of the politics, they would be like, oh, no. Right? Even if they're racist, they would be like, oh, I can't vote for them because they're going to sell the NHS off. Same with Reform, right? Same with Reform. It doesn't matter how much, you know, bad press Reform have got. There's going to be a very significant amount of people who voted for Reform and do not have any idea about their plans for the NHS. Yeah? There you go. Thank you, Sir Goosebumps. Someone in the chat who's been doing the maths. Appreciate you. With the listed 52% turnout, a total of 30% of eligible voters voted for Labour. Right, so there you go. 30% of eligible voters voted for Labour in that constituency, right? And that was the majority. They voted to reject Reform and Restore in a constituency that is a prime target for them, where they threw loads of money at it, right? They threw loads of money at it. There you go. The reason that I'm harping on about this and going into this in so much detail, chat, is because what does it prove? What does it prove that I have been saying to you for the last year since I came back to streaming and streaming politics? It's pretty much been a year since I came back to streaming and started streaming politics again. What have I been saying about Reform this entire time? First person to chat gets Chatter of the Day award. I can hear the cogs turning. People are thinking. I don't remember. Should be paying more attention. Bad chatter. Terrible chatter. More and more terrible chatters. What have I been saying is the reality about Reform? Slick Talk, you get a pass because you've not been here for too long. You've been following since March. No, wait, you've been... Oh, no, that's Middle-earth Marxist. You've been following literally since last month, so that's fine. Don't worry about it. I wasn't listening because I was busy yapping. We're going to AstroTurf the moon, baby. Middle-earth Marxist has got it. RTE clearance. Yes, Reform isn't an actual movement. Yeah? They do not have the support on the ground that the media is claiming that they do. They do not have the support on the ground that they are claiming that they do. The majority of people in this country do not want extremely fascist concentration camp, remigrate everybody now, deport everybody, kind of anti-asylum seeker politics. They don't want it. It's true for the majority of this country. You know? And as I've said, when we've been analysing things like fascist marches, the fascists in this country, and how they are so scared to say that, oh my God, yeah, I actually do support fascist policies and stuff like that. It's because of the relevance of World War II. Yeah, people do not, in fact, want the children of men future. They don't. And, I understand that most people's retort to that would be, oh, well, the Labour Party are deporting loads of people and they're doing terrible things and yada, yada, yada. Here you can see they clearly voted to stop that from being the case. Andy Burnham was going around going we need change. We need to bring Labour back to Labour values. We need to do it. He hoodwinked them. He hoodwinked these people. But what they want is change. They want more left-wing shit. And this is in a constituency that Reform, by all rights, should have won. A loose collection of protest voters, parachute candidates, and in some cases, people who don't actually even want to be council members. Correct. Correct. It also proves what I was saying about the local council election results to be true. The local council election results. The biggest thing in those elections was apathy. Historically low turnout in a historically low turnout for elections event. Yes, the Nazis were 100% anti-immigrant. Don't let anyone sell them different. Yep, absolutely. Yep, paper party. Completely paper party. Atomic said something interesting as well. Wasn't there something nuts like there was as many Labour canvassers in the area as Restore voters? Yes, 3,000 canvassers turned out to do this for Labour. Yeah? Yeah, he's dreaming. So anyway. Yes, that's not true. The Nazis wanted to immigrate east in large numbers. Yeah. Well, they were anti-immigrant, but they were also pro-immigration for themselves, right? Anti-immigrant, but pro-Lebensraum, yeah. So, that's what I'm trying to get people to understand, yeah? I'm trying to get people to understand that when you're sat there and you're thinking, oh my God, what has happened to Britain? Oh my God, can you believe that these people live amongst us and they've been living amongst us this entire time? They haven't. The media have conjured this image in our heads. And I'm not saying that the UK doesn't have a racism problem. You will all know that I say quite regularly that every white person just is racist, right? Including me. We all have racism within us. And that is not to excuse racism. It is to continue to reject it and to continue to work on it and to continue to point out that the actual problem in this country that we have is that we have a bunch of white people who are just going to sit by and let even more racist people, who haven't bothered to work on their racism and they reject working on their racism, and they actually have solidarity with white supremacist ideals. They're going to let them do what they want, right? And that's what we have to do. We have to turn around and say, look, here's the conversation. Britain has a racism problem, but we're not going to fix that racism problem, by fucking voting for reform or just endlessly going, oh my God, what do we do about our racism problem? What we do about our racism problem has been laid out by anti-racist activists for centuries at this point. Yeah? The format is there. You work on your racism. We give each other encouragement to work on our racism and be less racist. Make every day a day where you are less racist, right? It's also scary that they get those numbers. I think the Nazis actually won less when they got into power by scheming with other less right parties. Yes, but you see, Reform have absolutely fucked themselves with that kind of shit, because they have made it so clear that they will not work with the Tories and they will not work with Restore and all this kind of stuff. Even your casually racist, socially conservative uncle has the vague sense that that their granddad fought the Nazis or something. Yeah, absolutely. Even traditionally conservative voting people are sat there going, I don't have anywhere to go now because I don't want to vote for Reform, but I also don't want to vote for the Greens, but I know that that's the way that the country's going. So, and again, this isn't me saying, don't worry, lads, don't worry, lasses, don't worry, them bees, right? You don't have to do anything. This is me saying this is a incredibly weak movement. They could be beaten extremely easily, right? And it will feel fucking amazing if we do that. So, as I say every single fucking time, join your local tenants union, join your local trade union, join the Green Party, right? Canvass for the Green Party if you're keen to do that. If you're a super like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get involved in electoral politics. Fine. Join a local anti-fascist organization. All that kind of stuff, right? We could beat them. We could beat them. And it will feel amazing. So we should. We should because it's morally correct. And we should because it will give us a lot of endorphins. Yeah? The reason the Nazis got in is because conservatives like Kurt von Schleicher thought that they could control them. Sure, that rings a bell, but I can't quite remember secondary school history.
Democrats there. But let's look at how the picture changed over the night and the percentages. And this just stands out so clearly.
Yep, you got the emotes chat, you know the score.
50%, comfortably more than 50%. In fact, just shy of 55% of the vote. Again, in an area 6 weeks ago where Reform was dominating. Reform on 34.5% of the vote and everybody else on much less. Restore UK.
Oh, that's right. They gave Hitler the chancellorship. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Chatter about.
I do remember that. Yeah.
In this campaign, actually, they didn't do particularly well compared to the.
Or like the Nazi guy who they were putting forward to be the chancellor. They gave him the chancellorship or something.
That was set 6.8%. But what you can say is there's been a lot of chat recently about multi-party politics. But in the end, you can see the voters in this constituency saw it as a straight fight between these two parties and voted accordingly. So you had something very rare. You had a governing party going up in a by-election mid-term, almost 10%. That's quite something. Reform UK, interesting. We'll come on to this in a moment. They actually did quite well in numerical terms. They put on votes 2.7%, but that wasn't enough to take the seat. Restore Britain. Well, they
thought I was going insane when the newsman said chatter. Yeah, it's good in it.
You saw
it's good that we're so alienated from the media class in it.
Tories go down. Interesting to see if we can find out through some analysis where that vote went. Some have gone to Reform, maybe some to Labour. People want to keep out Nigel Farage and the Greens and the rest also losing votes. But here for
Hey Ninja Can, is what it? You've got a streamer who's got ADHD. And I don't know what you're on about. It's good that we are, but it's bad that they are. What are you on about? The thing you just said with the news media class. I was being sarcastic. Whenever I say that something's good, it's not good. I don't like any of the things you like. And when I say something's good, it's not good. Welcome in, Ninja Can. Basically, the Liberals were scared of Nazis being an insurgent terrorist force, so they decided the best thing to do, make Hitler the second effectively most powerful person in government, because he'd cool down and start behaving more like a liberal. Yes, that's making... I'm figuring that out, yes. I'm remembering that, is what I mean. I'm remembering that. That's rather confusing, but okay. No, that was designed to be confusing. It was also a bit. I was saying, isn't it good that we're so alienated from the media class as a sarcastic joke? Because, now this is where it gets really funny because I'm explaining the joke for you. I was saying it's good that we're so alienated from our media class because... It's, of course, not good. It's bad because it means that we are alienated from other working class people who may be obsessed with the media class. And I was using Morgana's experience in feeling like she's gone insane when the newsman said chatter, because I would normally say chatter. Yes, it's a good point. Thank you very much. Correct chatter. Absolutely. Yes. That's what you say. You say, good point, Mule. You're so smart. And then you give me money.
This is the graph. This is the chart that shows just what a remarkable event it's been. What Andy Burnham managed to do, if you look at this, he got 54.8% of the vote. But look how
Hello, Vord. Clever lad. Yeah, that's so true. You're so smart. Don't leave.
Over 1
Yeah, I'm smart. Correct. So many good chatters.
That everybody on the left of politics united behind Andy Burnham. There's no
good work, comrade. Yes, correct.
Andy Burnham managed to do really something quite remarkable in getting, as it were, the left of politics to all row in behind them. There was no splitting. But look at the right. You can see here that Reform UK, well, they got just over a third of the vote. But even that plus Restore Britain wasn't enough to come close to Andy Burnham. And I think what will be going on right now is that Andy Burnham's team will be making the argument that you could win a pretty good majority across the whole...
And again, the Greens, I'll tell you something, they played a blinder. Because now everyone is going to be like, oh, wasn't it so good that the Greens stood down in Makerfield? When actually they didn't. They just put forward a paper candidate who didn't really do much campaigning or whatever. And now they're going to run for the mayoralty in Greater Manchester, which is just going to be a very, very easy race for them, I think. I think it's going to require work. I think people are going to have to do a lot of canvassing and door knocking, but, you know, very good stuff. So there you go.
Country, if this kind of result is replicated. Because look at the Andy Burnham difference. This is the Andy Burnham difference. Nationally, and this is a YouGov poll, Labour on 19%. Right? What are they on in Makerfield? 55%. Now that...
Again, chat, it was a mandate for change. No matter how much Andy Burnham lied about the change that he's going to deliver, which is none, a pretty by goof, yeah, the Andy Burnham difference, it's so cringe. Not only did he lie about what he was going to change, right? He's not going to change anything, is he? He also... Oh no, that doesn't make sense. Let me start again. So, this is the thing. Andy Burnham lied about the change that he was going to bring during his campaigning, but Andy Burnham presented a mandate for change, and that's what people voted for. They were like, let's not vote for reform, let's not vote for the Greens, let's vote for a more left-wing Labour Party. That's what they're after.
That is a 36 percentage point difference between the national polls and what Brand Burnham does in Makerfield. Apparently,
it's not Brand Burnham. It's a lie. It's a very, very clever political campaigning trick where you go, change. Remember Obama? Remember how much Obama was talking about change? Change. We're going to do change. People want change. You know? Keir Starmer said it. Keir Starmer campaigned on change. That famous lie. You know? And also, Andy Burnham did steal some material from the Greens. And he said things like, oh yeah, we're going to have hope. More hope. We're going to bring hope in. He sure did fix bringing in universal healthcare and closing Gitmo. Yeah, that definitely happened, right? And, you know, Andy Burnham is definitely going to do the things he said. Not. Change. Also, Goldman Sachs guys are going to be part of the treasury, yeah.
They used the Labour word while they were out campaigning. They just used Andy Burnham's personal brand in Makerfield. And look what difference it does between the 19 and the 55%. Whereas when it comes to Reform UK, nationally, they're in 24%. This is why I think, actually, oddly, Reform did do OK. They actually put on a percentage of the vote. What also happened is that everybody else got squeezed, particularly the Conservatives, who did badly. Interesting to note, in the Aberdeen seat, also...
So Britain is now a communist country and everything is going great. Yeah, mate.
By the suite of results tonight. But... the Conservatives go from 90%.
I can't wait for Andy Burnham communism, where it's not communism and it's just public-private partnerships.
Polling nationally.
I can't wait.
So that is a pretty big...
we might get a socialist mayor of Greater Manchester, though, which would be very good.
Result.
So I'm looking forward to that. Should we find out when the mayoral elections, Manchester... Greater Manchester mayoral election candidates announced. Results. When will they come in? 2026. When do they tend to come in? Greater Manchester elects. Okay. Let's have a look. The next election of the Mayor of Greater Manchester will take place on Thursday, 30th of July, 2026. Oh, it doesn't say anything. The MCE and the mayor, previous election results. Guidance for candidates and agents. How do we find it out, chat? How do we find out? What time do mayoral election results come in? Any chatters know? Did the mayorals in the local council elections, did they come in the day after, or they came in the day after, didn't they? Yeah, they all came in the day after, yeah. So it'll be the day after. It will, in fact, be the day after. So what we won't do in July is we won't do a mayoral election super stream. I'll do a bonus stream, but I'll only do that if I get another £100 on top of the monthly dono goal. Because I already said I was going to do a DJ stream this month. Unless people would prefer a bonus stream. It's entirely up to you. I don't mind. But, you know, I gotta make these things an incentive. An incentive for people to donate. You know what I mean?
Makerfield is actually, I was saying...
10 years ago, we voted on Brexit. I can't believe it's been that long already. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Pretty well. Well, actually, it's their second best Reform by-election result. You can see here, that 34.5% is just below Runcorn and Helsby.
What's going on with this? What's going on with this? Makerfield is the second best Reform by-election. Wow. And it didn't even do as good as that. And it was they really threw the kitchen sink at it. That's fucking crazy. Why is this happening? Oh.
Andy Burnham talked about a
it's Andy Burnham.
Point for Britain in his speech. The numbers that we saw, poor result for them. Makerfield is actually, I was saying, did pretty well. Well, actually, it's their second best Reform by-election result. You can see here, that 34.5% is just below Runcorn and Helsby. That one, Runcorn and Helsby.
Oh, did you see meow?
By-election. All of these, the Reform Party lost despite getting pretty decent shares of the vote. They won one. That's their second best.
I think he wants me to give him a stroke.
Performance, and yet they didn't win. All of this in a very, very engaged electorate. This is turnout. This is the figure for turnout today in the by-election, 58.7%. Now, what's really remarkable about that is if you go back to just 2024, that's a higher turnout than at the general election. You almost never see that, a higher turnout at a by-election than at the general. That was 52.5, and the other was today was 58.7, and way more than you got in the local election 6 weeks ago, where just 38% turned out. All of that will be used by Andy Burnham and his allies to tell Keir Starmer that Andy Burnham has something that Keir Starmer should not, and that Keir Starmer should consider going with dignity.
Yeah, well, he already did, didn't he? It's very funny. Has my internet decided to shit itself? What's going on?
Labour always made...
Okay, I wanted to have a little bit of Reform cope, yeah? Because even though we don't like Labour, I did want to check out, as I said, during the super stream, I did want to check out a bit of Reform cope. This is an LBC bit with Matt Frey, and he's talking about... this guy is obviously on Channel 4 every now and then. This is called Farage has gone into witness protection. Hey, Yui, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's have a little look at this.
That argument that they need to keep reform out. And, you know, I guess you could say that if anyone can do it, it would be Andy Burnham as a Labour leader.
People actually hate Labour. That's why they voted Labour.
If he does get the big job, he's still got more than...
Well, yeah, pretty much, Chilavina, yeah.
2 years to prove himself. And as we know from incumbents and previous prime ministers, that proves to be very tricky. And as I've said before, the least popular prime minister since the beginning of polling have been the last...
Doing great, thanks, Yui.
So it's a tough job. But anyway, and Nigel Farage did not have a good night, and he more or less acknowledged as much after the election in Makerfield. Listen.
Well, the Makerfield by-election was a dramatic, emphatic win for Andy Burnham, with a vote share that nobody could quite see coming. In many ways, he's a popular local mayor, just as Boris Johnson was a very popular mayor in London just a few years ago. But what really happened here is it was vote...
These 8K cams don't do very well for people as old as Nigel Farage, looking like an actual turtle-human hybrid.
Burnham, get Starmer out, which of course was our campaign message leading up to the locals on the 7th of May. So
stood in a random field. That's his garden. This is his garden, chat.
With our own
actual Family Guy bit.
As for the reform vote share, well, I thought we'd get 18,000 votes. We got just shy of 16, so I'm disappointed by that, no question about it. But I would say this.
Smallest Clacton garden.
Voters there who would normally...
Well, no, it's not Clacton because he doesn't live in his constituency, does he? So, you know, he's like wherever the fuck he is. Somewhere in the fucking, I don't know, somewhere else in the southeast, innit?
Have gone out and voted reform, that voted restore.
Wait, doesn't he actually live in Margate? He's not been to Clacton since campaigning, yeah. Doesn't he live in Margate? Isn't that where he lives?
Directed to them, what do you want?
Nigel Farage, they're sounding quite gracious, but also, you know, a little bit downcast, as you would imagine.
Hey, Eridanus. Human turtle hybrid like a ninja turtle? No. Nowhere near that. Nowhere near as good as that. I was watching Ninja Turtles last night. Got a little opportunity to watch that. It came up on YouTube. I was like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm watching some of that.
Let's now speak to my...
Very bad. The animation was so bad. I can't believe that I watched it as a kid. You know?
My next guest, Councillor George Madgwick. He's a Reform UK group leader of...
Oh yeah, Ninja Turtles aren't hybrids. So yeah, what you want about? That's not true. That's not what that is.
Hampshire County Council and the party's South East campaign manager, George.
They're just turtles that learn to walk on two legs.
So the slogan, as Nigel Farage just referred to...
Been meaning to watch the movies? You should watch the first movie. It's so good. You should also read the Ninja Turtles comics, the first Ninja Turtles comics, because they're fucking dark as shit and they're really good. Are they not mutant? Yeah, but they're not hybrids, are they? Hybrid is when it's two different, you know? What I'm saying is, someone fucked a turtle and Nigel Farage was born. Whereas Ninja Turtle mutant heroes, right? They are 100% turtle, they are. They're 100% turtle. They just came into... Yeah, you don't even know. I've read the comics. You don't even know. Yeah, the ooze mutated them. I don't even know, dude. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Anyway. They're mutants. They're not hybrids. Yeah, they just, like, they get the ooze. The ooze turns them into smart fellas. One of the recent series was really good as well, apparently. Yeah. I wonder what the secret of the ooze is. Whoa! You should watch the second movie to find out. Go ninja, go ninja, go. Go ninja, go ninja, go. 99% turtle, 1% ooze, I win. Yeah, sure, whatever, chatter.
There was vote Burnham to get Starmer out, but what we also
That's
saw
fine.
was vote Labour to keep reform out of number 10. Isn't that right?
So, how are you doing? Good to see you.
I don't necessarily agree on this occasion, and I think I understand why people could spin it that.
Sorry, I need to know what this fucking absolute wet weapon is disagreeing with. Let's have a little look at this.
I referred to there was vote Burnham to get Starmer out, but what we also saw was vote Labour to keep reform out of number 10. Isn't that right?
I don't necessarily agree on this occasion, and I think
I don't necessarily agree on this occasion because I'm a fucking wet piece of shit. I'm a wet piece of shit that fell out of my ass this morning. Everybody, please go follow Sophie. She is a great streamer and one of my co-hosts and my good friend for Red Planet. And Soph says, I'm in a great mood because we're fucking winning. And as some of you know, Soph is helping to organize her estate that she lives on. And she's been texting me some very interesting things today that have been very good. And I'm very excited to hear those things. And I did have a question that I'm going to have to remember after the stream about one of the things that you said. Because I think the landlords might have done something illegal again, based on what you told me earlier. Hey, Groove Holmes, how you doing? Welcome in.
I understand why people could spin it that way, absolutely. But I think on this occasion,
you lost!
Prime Minister. I think even on multiple media shows that we saw, multiple TV interviews, radio interviews leading up.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like them, does it?
Burnham, are you going to make a challenge on day one of your new tenure as the candidate or the MP for Makerfield? And he kind of sidestepped that question. Fiona Bruce did a really good interrogation of him, and I think this was what the election was about. Is Keir Starmer.
Brother, what is your point?
Is Keir Starmer going to be the Prime Minister? And people wanted him out, and that's what they said in Makerfield.
At the same time...
You're saying, no, it wasn't to keep reform out, it was to keep Keir Starmer out. When everybody has been saying that Keir Starmer is going to get reform in. What do you mean, bro? They voted to change the Prime Minister because they knew that if he didn't fucking change something about Labour, that the whole country would vote for reform. Insane stuff.
Reasons why Andy Burnham was so popular, and we saw that in the kind of tactical voting that was taking place, was not just his local appeal, the fact that he seems to like the voters and, is very good at sort of, talking to them and glad-handing them.
Thank you for the hydrate.
He is seen as the man most likely to defeat reform at the next election. And people from the Labour Party, even from the Tory Party, from the Green Party were happy, and the Lib Dems were happy to vote for him in order to make that happen. So that must be something that gives reform cause for concern at the moment.
I mean, you got to give Andy his credit where credit's due. He managed to absolutely destroy the left vote and completely capitalise on that Green Party Liberal vote, and that's great. Well done to him. Great campaign for him, and that's a message that he's clearly going to go into his Labour MPs this week and say, "I'm the man for the job because I'm that person." As you just said, that's the kind of messaging he's going to be going to. But that's not overly a concern for us. On the right of politics.
But why is that not a concern for you? Because your party is based around the charisma of one guy, essentially. It's Nigel. It's really, let's face it, it's still a one-person show, and we'll get to that in a minute. And again, if Andy Burnham has that kind of charisma, and I'm not assuming that he'll get the top job or that he'll be a decent Prime Minister, I'm just saying
This guy's not on Twitter. I've just searched for George Madgwick on Twitter, and I can't find him, chat. This guy's got no paper trail.
A likability, approachability to the national stage, then you have your work cut out to keep him from staying in number 10.
Well, we're in the era of personality politics, aren't we, Matt? And as you say, in the world of social media now, Prime Minister's becoming very unpopular very quickly. Look,
might be on Blue Sky, yeah.
Been under the scrutiny as Manchester Mayor, like he will be as a Prime Minister. You know that all too well as a seasoned reporter, and he will absolutely be criticised. He'll be put under the microscope, and he's got to live up to that. Now, in relation to those,
what does that mean? What, that he's not on Twitter? It just means that he's either deleted his Twitter because he said some insanely racist things, and Reform are desperately trying to put out fires so that people don't find his social media or say anything. You know what I mean? Don't figure out some of the insanely racist or misogynistic things he said. Oh, it's a politics of personality. You were asking about that. Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
Come to this about Reform being a one-man band. Maybe if it was a couple of years ago, I'd agree with you. But we got some serious talent in our group now, and you'll be so surprised.
Yeah, what is he on about? Destroying the left vote? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
He's wildly popular with the public after his multiple incredible media interviews that he does.
They are like, it's unsustainable. It is unsustainable. You can't just sit there and be like, reality's not real. You can't just sit there and be like, Zia Yusuf is insanely popular. No, bro, that is a completely unhinged thing to say. That's just not true. That's one of the least true things that anyone has ever said. People do not like smarmy fascist bastards. Like, it is just not like a good personality trait.
And we have got some real good talent with Lee Anderson, with Richard Tyson, big personalities, Robert Jenrick, Suella
But you've also got a real problem in
incredible, dude. Big personalities is so funny.
picking the right candidates, right? I mean, so your guy in Makerfield, Rob,
Yeah, if you're in America, sure.
guy, good, appeal on the doorstep and all that, had a fairly checkered past when it comes to his attitude towards women, which he then didn't do a very good job in denying or, saying, at least apologizing for some of it. And ultimately, he wasn't a very strong candidate. And even when you do have seemingly quite strong candidates like Matt Goodwin in the Gorton and Denton by-election back in February, they also fail. You have a real problem there, don't you?
No, I think,
it's just total denial. It's like, no, we don't have a problem. It was family voting in Gorton and Denton, and Andy Burnham just got lucky in Makerfield. Now, he may be right about Andy Burnham being lucky in Makerfield, because, yeah, it absolutely was a mandate to change the Prime Minister of the country. That's what people were voting for, and that's why they elected Andy Burnham, because they want a more left-wing Labour Party. That's it, yeah? Is this dinosaur's fault if he thought Matt Goodwin was a strong candidate? Exactly. It's so, like, these people do not live in reality, and it's just unsustainable. It can't keep happening. You can't just keep living life like this and thinking that Twitter is real life. It just doesn't translate into real life.
I personally, and I'm talking from my personal view here, not on behalf of the party, I believe that a local candidate is always the best place. I think that somebody should be connected to the area in some capacity to stand in that area. That's a personal belief of mine. So I think that Rob was a great candidate.
And it is very funny that he's saying that. And we're talking about Matt Goodwin. And it's like, Matt Goodwin was the closest guy that you had to Manchester? He's the closest guy that you had to Manchester? He just only lived there for 2 years of his life? What do you mean?
Choice. He's a local councillor. He's been voted in numerous times, and he has got the support of the public. The issue we had here, quite clearly, is Andy Burnham. I think if we stood against any other Labour candidate, it probably would have been a Reform win. But people were clear.
I don't know. I think it could have been a Green win if it was a different fucking Labour candidate, to be honest.
Yeah, they wanted Andy Burnham to be Prime Minister, and I think Keir Starmer's got a real big challenge on his hands now.
Okay, you mentioned scrutiny into Andy Burnham, and I get your point. I mean,
why do so many of them pronounce reform wrong? I don't know.
The Labour Party are saying, who's the real Andy Burnham? Can we find out whether he's a Blairite or he's a lefty or a soft lefty? So all these things are to be determined. But your party leader, Nigel Farage, has been rather, away from scrutiny in the last month, ever since the reports of the 5 million quid present he got from the crypto billionaire living in Thailand. He's decided not to put himself out to public scrutiny as much as he normally does. He barely appeared on the campaign trail because he was hiding from the press.
Which campaign? Oh, the recent campaign. I mean, Nigel...
Which campaign? The recent campaign, bro! Get back in the room, man. Get back in the room.
I was with Nigel numerous times during the campaign trail leading up to the May local elections, and I even said to him one day, Nigel, how do you do it? He's out at 6.
But he wasn't out that much in the Makerfield campaign. He was barely visible.
Now, last August campaign. What the fuck do you think we're talking about?
He's a very popular politician and a great campaigner. He should have been there more often.
Hey, Spaceman Sador, how you doing? I'm still waiting for Recycle, the inevitable eco-fascist party. Yes, correct.
He has
correct.
He has been proactive.
Not as much as usual.
In one comment, Matt, with all due respect, you're saying that our party's a one-trick pony. Nigel's at the top, but equally, we had every single one of our MPs up there for multiple days, doing multiple interviews, multiple campaign runs, lots of social.
Yeah, and you still couldn't win. So what? How is this a retort?
Media posts. So we can't have it both ways.
And yet it didn't work.
It didn't work because Andy Burnham is such a personally strong figure and Keir Starmer is wildly...
But he literally isn't, bro. He literally isn't. Andy Burnham has got all the personality of a rock. He just has a bit of a northern accent. It's crazy that he's like, oh, Andy Burnham is a personality, strong figure. Insane, bro. Insane. It's a low bar to be able to hit, you know, to be able to clear when talking about being more personable or more likable than Keir Starmer. Like, most people can beat it. Most average people can be more likable than Keir Starmer. Yes, Andy Burnham is a blank slate. Hello, Bright Person. And hello, Mama B. Welcome in.
Unpopular, and the people want change at the top of Prime Ministerial. I don't think there's any reflection on our future success.
He's not even saying real words. He's just getting all his words mixed up. He's saying, like, crazy things.
That voted overwhelmingly to leave 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's a reform focus. Again, like, Matt Frey's got all the same analysis that most people have, which is that, yeah, actually, this was a prime reform place. Like, this is the exact kind of constituency that reform are targeting when they're talking about winning an election.
An area which just over a month ago voted overwhelmingly for reform in the local elections. So I put it to you that, you know, on local elections and in opinion polls, you know,
and also the turnout was different in the local elections.
Pretty well. But I wonder whether, when it comes to Parliament, to winning those important by-elections, you've hit peak reform. And, you know, this is as good as it gets.
Chat, it's fucking crazy that we're going to have Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. It's so insane. It's genuinely so insane to me, man. It is going to be like Labour's Boris Johnson. That is what it's going to be. He's just going to be very bad. He's going to do a whole load of corruption. And then he's going to piss off after 2 years. He's going to lose the fucking election in 2029. But piss off after 3 years, I guess. And, you know, Boris Johnson. Very good. Burnham is Labour Friends of Israel, yes, and he's refused to say that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Who's going to be Labour's Sunak? Probably Angela Rayner. Who the fuck is Andy Burnham? He used to be my mayor. And he's now going to be the Prime Minister of the UK. Sounds like Keir was already Boris already. Oh, come on. Was Andy Burnham the guy watching Devil Wears Prada 2? No, that's Wes Streeting.
That's for you guys.
Once again, Matt,
Boris to death, exactly. Yeah, I think Keir Starmer was Theresa May. Yes, I think Keir Starmer was Theresa May. Because Theresa May was out of her depth, not a great personality, and, you know, a whole bunch of, you know, a whole bunch of bad decisions. And we're still more left-wing than Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer, you know? That sounds like a lie. Nobody watched that. Exactly. Hey, Benny Memes Necessary. How you doing? UK PM's been resigning on accelerated rates since COVID. How much longer until you have a PM once a month? I think that would be great. That would be true democracy. Hello, Bellatrix. How you doing?
Fan of yours, and I know your career is very vast, so I know how experienced you are, and you'll know all too well how general public vote for certain issues in certain campaigns, and people swing votes. We have lots of swing voters in this country, and
that's not true. That's not true. My man's like, you're a journalist, you're well read, I'm gonna make something up. What do you mean?
That's what we've seen here. As you say, just yourself, in the local elections, we did incredible. We wiped up the area. However, in this election, people referred back to Andy Burnham because they wanted to get rid of Keir Starmer. But I'm more than confident that in a general election, when it becomes just Labour and just Reform, because let's be honest, the next general election is going to be nobody but Labour versus Reform. No one's in a shot.
Let me refer you to this. Yeah. Let me refer you to this that came through my door today. Yeah. I'm just going to have to get rid of Melpo for a tiny second. So this, there's no address on this or anything, is there? No? Okay. This is the Green Party mayoral election material that came through the door, yeah? So you can see here, They've got a nice little graphic here. They've taken, you know, a key out of Labour's book. Leave out of Labour's book. Green there, 41%. Reform, 29%. In the polls, Labour can't win here. It's Green or Reform. Yeah? Very nice stuff. Nice Hannah Spencer on the front. Yeah? Nice Hannah Spencer on the front.
Hey, want that?
Krill with the weed amount. Thank you so much.
This guy forget about the Greens.
He did forget about the Greens. Thank you very much for someone off Twitch and supporting the stream with the weed amount. Don't suck too hard on the joint as long as it's legal where you are, comrades. So, you know, nice big Hannah Spencer in the front. Nice smiley face. And then you've got there, Green Party wins Gorton and Denton by-election, pushing Labour into third place. Vote Green. Let's stop reform again. Great. Very simple, very clean, good stuff. Inside, you've got some, like, a bit more detailed graphics. Yeah? Labour won a landslide in 2024, promising change. Instead, they abandoned communities and went after the most vulnerable. Millions of pensioners are set to lose winter fuel payments. Labour suspends 7 of their own MPs who voted to scrap the 2-child benefit cap. The value of UK arms imported by Israel reached record high in June 2025, months after announcing some licenses would be suspended. Great. Solid issues that everybody cares about. Material conditions. Foreign policy that's terrible. Yeah, supporting a genocide, etc., etc. The next bit is voters have had enough. Only the Greens can stop reform. Gorton and Denton by-election results shows progressive voters they have an alternative to Labour against reform. Greens were big in Manchester. There's some of the polls. What's that poll? Where's that from? Can you see that? That's YouGov. YouGov. Yeah. The establishment parties are fading away. Very good. What's the last bit? Oh yeah. Here we go. Time to make the establishment listen. Green leader Zach Polanski calls for rent controls for all. Greens pledge £15 minimum wage for workers. And Green candidate calls out genocide as Burnham sits on fence. Yeah? This time your choice is clear. Dangerous far-right reform. Nice picture of Trump there as well. Signifying Trump. Taxing millions in dodgy donations. Risk giving Trump the keys to Britain. Wants to sell off the NHS. Or tackling inequality with taxes on billionaires. Fix Labour's housing crisis. Always speak up against the genocide in Gaza. Fucking spot on. Piece of piss. They're winning. It's a done deal. So my man turning around and being like, no, there's not going to be any other parties. It's just going to be Labour and reform at the next election. Yeah, good luck, man. Good fucking luck. Absurd stuff. I like it, but it reminds me of cigarette advertisements in magazines. Maybe they did that on purpose. I don't know. They might have done that on purpose, chat. To stop reform is reason enough. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, I'm sorry. No, it's not. Because what's the point in stopping reform if you're doing all the same policies as reform? You need something more than that, and most voters in Britain understand that, right?
Running this country other than us two. I think people start to polarise their vote, and they'll have to get behind one of the two of us, and that's where I feel reform will have wild success and take over the government of this country.
Although, you know, the Tories showed...
Completely ignoring the potential for Restore to fuck them over if it's a tight area. Oh, yes. Because Restore are not going to disappear. They're going to keep doing it.
In Scotland, where, you know, they'd basically given up on politics, and you lot was...
I hate how he says reform. Yeah. It's really good and funny, isn't it? It's good stuff.
They're no longer a national party because they can't win in Scotland. They've just won that...
All right, anyway. Matt Goodwin here. The day before the Makerfield by-election. It feels positive in Makerfield. More pledges here than Gorton and Denton. Lots of people can see Burnham for what he is. A continuation of the current direction of travel. Only faster and with zero fiscal responsibility. God, how did that go, Matt? You know Matt Goodwin saying this was probably some kind of spiritually significant reason as to why reform lost. people saw that Matt Goodwin was talking about it and they went, oh no. Okay. Let's have a look at this. Oh no, not this. Let's have a look at this. So, Matt Frey then on LBC was just talking about how Nigel Farage went into hiding over the last couple of weeks because of this £5 million donation that has been found out has come from a crypto millionaire and all this kind of business. And I think this is like, when did this come out? Is this today? Yeah, this was today, BBC Today 4. He was talking on BBC Today 4 with this presenter. Let's have a little watch of this. Let's watch. I don't think he'll get mad, chat. I don't think he'll get mad. I think he'll be really dignified about all the questions he's gonna get. I think it'll be really normal and he won't get mad. He's just gonna be very normal, yeah?
Will you give this money back?
Will you give your salary to charity? How about...
Pull it back. Pull it up.
Will you give this money back?
Will you give your salary to charity? How about that? How about that?
I'm not running to be Prime Minister.
If you
Mr.
give your
Farage.
entire...
He's so mad.
...salary to charity, then maybe I will.
Now, for weeks you've been saying, vote for us to get rid of Starmer. He's gone. Isn't the danger that people say it's not just over for him, it's over for your chances of becoming Prime Minister?
Well, look, I mean, I no bones about it. Starmer was a great asset to us in every way. But look, I mean...
Oh my God, you can't be admitting that, bro. You can't be admitting that, bro. That's crazy. Starmer was a great asset to us. He's admitting how unpopular... Oh my God, chat, they know. They know. They know how unpopular they are. It's fucking crazy, man.
Who knows? Maybe.
The whole time. Like, listen to the way that this guy is saying it. This guy's the leader of the party. This is the leader of the party. And we just had on, like, some random fucking councillor from wherever. I didn't see where he was, but just like some random Reform councillor who's going, no, it's going to be between Labour and Reform at the next election. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy.
There'll be a contest, maybe they won't. I hope there is, because I have absolutely no idea where Andy Burnham stands on anything. He's
right about this.
Over the course of just this Makerfield campaign.
Labour and Reform, you're right. Sorry, I said it wrong.
He won't have a mandate if he becomes Prime Minister.
Won't have a mandate! He's getting mad as hell.
Are pretty sick of the game of musical chairs that's been going on in Number 10 now for the best part of a decade.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be different when you're in charge, bro. I'm so certain that Reform aren't just an exaggerated version of the Tories, and there's going to be a whole bunch of fucking sleaze, a whole bunch of insane things that you do. If Reform get in, we are going to still see the fucking revolving door government. Unless Nigel Farage makes sweeping reforms that turns the UK into even more of a police fascist state, which he probably will, right?
Okay, now they deserve to have a general election.
You know, though, that the rules say there doesn't need to be a general election. There'll be many changes of Prime Minister without having a general election. You just fancy your chances.
No, it isn't just that.
No, it is!
The Prime Minister has to have a mandate from the people. This man, Mr. Burnham, didn't even stand in the 2024 general election.
Right, but they don't really have... You can't really stand on this, right? You can't really stand on this because Andy Burnham, even though, yeah, you've said it, it's true, he's flip-flopped on a bunch of things, he did say that we need to keep the Labour manifesto pledge, right? Now, that's a big thing to be saying because there were a lot of radical reforms in the Labour 2024 manifesto pledge. I don't think he is going to, you know, enact those reforms when he gets in. I think that's entirely unlikely. But it is like, you know, a bit stupid to say he didn't stand in the 2024 general election because you could easily come back to that and say, well, he was elected on actually enacting some of those things in the 2024 manifesto. So it's ridiculous kind of fucking thing. You know what I mean? Hey Barack, why revolving door when government regulators could hold directorships instead in the firms they're regulating? So inefficient moving from one payslip provider to another. Just have both at the same time. That's so true.
So he's not tied to that manifesto personally in any way at all. And if it is a coronation...
If reform gets a majority, I was told invested in private ambulance services would pay very well. Yes, you're right.
So it's right, proper and fair that the British people have a choice.
Yeah, people vote for individual members of parliament rather than for leaders in a presidential system. That's the theory, isn't it? At least. Yeah. Well, you're obviously not convinced, and you hope not, given that you fancy being prime minister yourself. Now, of course, you have just had an election in which you could have taken down Andy Burnham, and you lost it badly, in truth, didn't you? Even if you'd added your vote together with your old enemy Rupert Lowe, you wouldn't have won. Now, was that because of your choice of candidate? You chose a man who had tweeted his sexual fantasies about a TV star. Wasn't really serious, was it?
This is so Partridge. I mean, Nigel Farage? Yeah.
1,000 votes would win most by-elections, but we were, of course, hoist by our own petard, because effectively this campaign became Vote Burnham to get Starmer.
Hoisted by our own petard. He's literally admitting that they needed Keir Starmer. He's literally admitting that they needed Keir Starmer in order to be able to, like, win an election. This is so funny. I mean, you know, they shouldn't be too frustrated because Andy Burnham is just going to be another Keir Starmer, right? That is just going to be the case. But I think it is fucking crazy, right? I think it is so crazy that they're just admitting, like, oh no, now things might get more difficult for us. Oh, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Keith in the north, exactly. Hey chat. I have been streaming for 2 hours, 2.5 hours technically, but it's been about an hour and a quarter since I did my last call to action. This is my only form of income at the moment. I'm getting kicked off Universal Credit at October time. So please head over to the tip link. Chuck me a $5, chuck me £2. If everybody in the chat does it, we'll smash the dono goal, and probably tomorrow's dono goal as well. But I'm only asking for £18 to hit the dono goal today. We just need £18. You know, that's like 6 of you paying me £3 each, and we can easily hit that goal. So please consider doing it. If you can't afford to donate, head over to the promo tweet. The promo go live tweet, the promo go live blue sky post, retweet those, repost those, and help me get some more eyes on the stream. There you go. Look at all the free stuff. You can also, of course, sub on Twitch for ad-free viewing and emotes, and I just need 5 subs in order to hit the sub goal for the day. So think about that. Imagine if Keir Starmer runs for mayor of Manchester when that election happens. I mean, he definitely won't. Like, he can't be running for any elections ever again. He's done. He's done in politics. It's over. If he did that, it would just... Yeah, it would just be... The Greens would just win immediately. I am concerned as to who Labour are going to get to be the mayoral candidate, but I think they're going to make a big mistake, and I think they are going to put forward the current leader of the council, Bev Craig, because that also means that there'll be a by-election for another council seat, which could be lost. They have... Is it Bev Craig? Are they doing Bev Craig? I don't know why I'm just waiting for a chatter to answer the question. Bev Craig, mayoral Manchester. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're doing Bev Craig. Oh, that's so stupid, dude. That's so stupid. Bev Craig has betrayed so many trade unions, tenant unions. Oh my god. Yeah, they're gonna lose. They're gonna fucking lose. That's ridiculous. Space Sponsored, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. I appreciate you. Just need now, chat. Another 3 people donating £5. Oh yeah, chat, they're going to lose. This is so insane. No, it is going to be Green versus Reform. It is going to be Green versus Reform. Anyone who has had any kind of dealings with Bev Craig thinks that she's a fucking knob, right? There've been so many letters that organizations have sent, pro-Palestinian. I mean, she's not exactly the worst candidate, but hi, more power of Cosda. She's not exactly the worst candidate, right? But she's the best that Labour have got in Manchester, and that is saying a lot. Because she's not that good. Like, pro-Palestinian organizations, pro-trans organizations have written to Bev Craig and gotten mealy-mouth responses. Tenant unions, housing organizations have written to Bev Craig, and, you know, she has, like, a bit of, you know, support for housing stuff. But, again, she's the leader of the council, and how many council houses has Manchester City Council built? Not enough. You know? I like the beeping. Well, I went through the entire reason as to why everybody should hate the bee as a symbol of Manchester yesterday, and I'm not going to do it again. But don't be fooled. It's dog shit. All right, let's play a bit more of this. I'm just going to run for a wee.
So look, it was a landslide victory. Good for
No. Don't worry, Groove Holmes. You're not to know.
Look, you know, we couldn't find these social media posts. He's a plumber, a rugby player, ex-army, one of the lads, likes a beer, and it was male banter. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't good. It didn't help. I will admit that. It didn't help.
Why didn't you either withdraw him or get him to apologise?
Because A, it was too late to withdraw him. B, he was actually a very good, hard-working candidate and a proper local guy. And C, when it comes to the apology, I said, look, Rob, you must decide yourself what you do. I can't force people to apologise. Either way, whatever had happened, whoever had stood for us, Burnham would have won that by-election.
The question here, I guess, as we get closer to a general election, whether it's on the original schedule or, as you expect, next May, is whether Reform UK is seen as a protest vote or seen as serious. So let me ask you something about you. Would you be happy if the next Prime Minister of this country secretly banked a £5 million cheque from a billionaire whose business interests he was promoting?
Well, I would refute that entirely. I'm not promoting his business interests. I've been promoting...
I asked you in general as a principle. I hadn't come to you, but would you be happy if any candidate to be Prime Minister banked a secret cheque for £5 million?
I'm sorry, why is it secret?
Well, you didn't reveal it. It was revealed by the newspaper you'd taken £5 million.
Why should I?
Because we believe that people should govern in the national interest, not in the financial interests of themselves or their supporters.
I wasn't in politics.
You're telling me you weren't discussing becoming an MP?
I wasn't in politics.
I interviewed you about it, Mr. Farage.
Yeah.
We did a 40-minute interview about whether you might become a member of Parliament.
And as you well know, it was a very, very...
He's doing so bad. This is fucking funny as fuck. What did Soul Chicken say? Soul Chicken was saying something like he did 3 awful interviews, this, BBC Breakfast and Nick Ferrari on LBC. Yeah, the BBC Breakfast one I saw, he got like super mad, right? He got like super fucking mad. That's fucking crazy, man.
Difficult decision. I'd far from made my mind up. Look,
and you took £5 million from a billionaire who wants government and the Bank of England to change its policy.
No, I want government and the Bank of England to change.
I want government.
I have done for years. I've been saying this consistently since 2019. There is a whole new world out there of AI, tech, crypto, you name it, and we're being left behind.
Just to explain to people, because we didn't get the chance, you have long argued for cryptocurrency. That's true. You think the Bank of England's making a mistake by coming up with the idea of effectively a public crypto coin, if you like, a sort of digital currency, an official one.
The breakfast one, he was raging inside and couldn't contain it at all. I saw a clip from it, but I couldn't find the full interview. Has anyone got the full interview that wants to put it in the chat, or like, will I be able to find it if they like uploaded it now or whatever? Let's have a little look real quick. Let's see if it's in the sidebar. This is him on Good Morning Britain. If we want to watch that, we're going to have to lose the VOD watchers for a bit. Yeah, thanks, Morton. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Nick Ferrari on LBC. What's it got to do with you? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, yes. Yes, mate. I think Reform are on the way down, man. I wasn't in politics, I just owned a political party, yeah. Poor Nigel, everyone's picking on me just like he used to do to all the minorities at his posh boy school in Dulwich. The game of musical chairs started under the Tories. A lot of them played musical parties and joined Reform, yeah. Farage declared a 10,000 gift he received for security before he was elected as an MP. Why didn't he declare his 5 million quid bung? Yeah. Donate your salary, I'll donate my donation. What a dumb response. You've got given extra money, yeah. This is great. No one's falling for it. No one's falling for it. It shows how easy a ride he's been getting. The lightest bit of pushback and he's collapsed. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is again, it's more proof, chat. It's more proof of what I was saying. Reform have just been an entirely astroturfed party. Astroturfed by the media, astroturfed by themselves, astroturfed by pollsters. It's a fake fucking party. It's a paper party. They don't have the support that they're making out that they do. The majority of this country are not like insane Nigel Farage fascists. You know? I will say the majority of this country is racist because the majority of this country is white and white people are racist. It just depends how racist they are. But, you know, generally speaking, they're not insane fascist psycho freaks like Farage et al. You know?
Something that would massively financially benefit a man who gave you £5 million, and you didn't think we deserved to know it.
No, hang on. Number one, I wasn't in politics. Number two, I don't believe
you literally were.
Declare it. Number three, of course, it is.
Yeah, their real supporters are racist small business owners and people in a really dire social media misinfo hole. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, his face here is pretty revealing. Like, he's fucking mad as hell.
By standards. So perhaps I'd better not say too much. And lastly, even if the UK, even if London became a centre for crypto trading,
I'll have the clip, Ms. Kip.
A minute part of the global market. And the fact that a marketplace would happen here would not influence the price directly in any way at all.
That is so insane, dude. What are you talking about?
Be clear, there is an inquiry into whether you broke the rules.
I've just said that.
Yeah, no, there is. But also, you have to declare it within a year of becoming a politician. It isn't just at the time you are a politician, and they'll assess whether they think.
If it's seen to be a donation linked directly to political activity.
Okay. Let's be clear why I'm asking, and then I'll give you the chance to answer it. Okay, the reason I'm pushing...
He's fucking mad as hell. He knows that he can't get... Right. This is why I've been saying for ages that Farage wants to be British Trump, and he doesn't have the charisma of Trump. Because in this interview, Donald Trump would be spitting, screaming, going red, vein popping in his head going, you're fake news, this is why nobody likes the media, and would literally stand up and walk off, right? That's what he does, and that's how populists like Trump, fascist populists like Trump, end up getting their support, right? Because they feel relatable. Farage is not relatable. He's desperately backpedaling and going, no, it's not that. No, it's definitely not that. Yeah, he would say something like, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Did you go to school in a baby school? Or something like that. It'd be insane stuff, right? You just can't replicate that kind of shit in the UK, especially with someone like Nigel Farage. Just not going to happen.
It's because we know that why we have rules on taking money, particularly vast, unimaginable sums for most people in the country, £5 million into your own bank account.
£5 million is like lifetime money for 5 people. Like, if I got £1 million right now, I would be able to buy a house cash and pay the bills for the rest of my life. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how significant £1 million is. Yes, fund your entire family for the rest of their lives. That's how significant that amount of money is. If I got £1 million, I'd retire right now. If I got £1 million, I wouldn't retire right now, chat. I would stay here for the rest of the year. I just wouldn't beg for subs. Aww. Yeah, that's how much he means to me. I'd still do this for the love of the game. But I would buy a house. I would buy a house cash. If I had £5 million, Mule would be in a fursuit. No. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. That's how that works. If you have the money and I don't, yeah, you would pay. And that would happen. Yes, correct. Let's have a look at this clip of him on BBC Breakfast. This is 3 minutes. So let's take a little look at this. Fake commie, SMH. Yeah, no, that's so true. As soon as you buy a house, you're just not a communist anymore. You have to suffer forever.
Cares. Apart from the media, no one.
Oh, this is so good. Oh, chat, this is so good. He's so mad.
No one cares. Apart from the media, no one cares. No one cares at all.
The Parliamentary Standards Watchdog care because they are investigating it.
They are, you're right. There's been a complaint received, complaint from the Conservative Party chairman. They're investigating it. We'll see what they say. I'm absolutely convinced I've done nothing wrong in any way at all. I also know that since I was elected as an MP, I've taken zero in personal expenses. I'm very careful and very cautious about these things. I believe it to be a wholly private matter. The Standards Commissioner may take a different view.
You had already given an interview about the possibility of becoming an MP and then you accepted the gift. Is that right?
Yeah. And after that, I said I will not stand in this election. And I was pretty clear when a snap election was called that I wasn't going to do it. I did change my mind subsequently.
You've said that £5 million was for...
Did change my mind subsequently is so funny. He's devastated. This is so good.
Lifelong security for you. You've also said it was a gift. Can you just clarify?
No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. It's an unconditional gift. I can spend it on cars if I want to. It's entirely up to me, right? But there is a specific reason for this. I have been physically the most attacked and endangered.
He's desperately trying to do the Trump thing. This is his ballroom. But you can't do it. You can't do it when you're Nigel Farage. And even though he is putting on like a fake voice, this isn't his real voice. His real voice is fucking posher than this. It doesn't change the fact that he just doesn't have that riz. Yeah, and also the thing that he's talking about in terms of being the most attacked was he had a milkshake thrown at him once or maybe twice. I don't know.
Politician in Britain for now well over a decade. At every stage during that time, when I've asked the state to help and support, most times they point blank refused. I know because of the division in politics.
Please don't Fed post in the chat. Week off. Please don't piss me off, chat. That's the second fucking person that I have timed out for a week for Fed posting, joking about Fed posting. The next person who does it is going to be banned. I should pin a chat about it. Yes, I'm going to do that.
But I will need protection until the day that I die. And that is my intention. That is what it's for. And it means, frankly, I can get on with my job and not worry about the long term.
So, Mr. Farage, how much of that money have you spent?
Look, it's literally none of your business. If I've given it to charity, but the truth is, I haven't. I know what it's there
You haven't
for.
spent any of it?
It's none of your business. It's literally none of your... How much of your salary do you spend on beer, on petrol? It's none of your business.
I think it is the public's business to know...
No, it's not the public's business.
Well, it's being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Committee, so it's somebody's business. You're saying you need security, a legitimate point.
Yeah.
How much of that money have you spent on security so far?
I'm sorry. I know I'm not going to answer that deliberately.
Hey, Dr. Cachet, how you doing?
Do you wish that you had declared this money at the time?
It is not your business at the BBC to put me in danger, therefore I will not answer.
Why do you think a Trump won't work in the UK? Come on. This is the UK's best attempt at doing a Trump, and it's not working. He is proper rattled, yeah. He's proper rattled.
Answer that.
I would just like to clarify.
Listen, it's exactly what I was saying, right? Someone like Trump would turn around at this point and be like, if the person, right, if Nigel Farage was doing Trump properly and this was happening to him, he would just turn around and be like, you're fake news, I'm leaving, this is why everybody hates the media, And it just doesn't work. Trump will be talking over her loudly, yes, and then leave. Boris couldn't do it. Of course, Nigel couldn't. Correct. Yes, absolutely. And again, Trump is who he is because of American capitalism and reality TV. We just kind of don't have that in the UK. The only person who could come close is like maybe one of the Geordie Shore boys, right? But even that would just be too repugnant for people in the UK. In the UK, fascism is the most effective when it is like, you know, as in what makes Trump work in the US but not the UK. All right, well, I'm talking about it now, right? It works in the US because, well, actually, no. I mean, let's face it. Trump doesn't even really work in the US. The reason, both times that Donald Trump was elected was because people were sick of the status quo, right? The reason that people hated Obama is because he said he'd do loads of left-wing stuff. He never did. They were pissed off. Nobody thought that Donald Trump would get in, right? And then he did. Because people were sick of the Democrats. The Democrats were not offering a solid left-wing, position. You know, they had Hillary Clinton. And Trump really highlighted that on the debate stage and in loads of his media appearances and all that stuff. Every election is a throw the bums out election now. Correct. Yeah. In the US. And of course, the reason that Kamala Harris didn't win is for the same reason, because the Dems did not offer a significant change. You know, the Dems offered a significant change in 2020 because they were sick of Trump, right? They were like, oh my God, we got to get him out. And then Joe Biden was like, we need a Israel. We need a Israel, right? So technically, Trump doesn't even work in the US. The reason that Trump has a base in the US, though, is because of his charisma and is because of his reality TV status and is because he just says what he thinks and he doesn't care. Yeah? You know? So I think if we're talking about like that level of charisma in order to be able to be elected because the status quo isn't working for people, I just don't think that Farage even has that. That's my take. That's my take is what I'm trying to say when I say that, like, you know, he's trying to be Trump and it just doesn't work in the UK. Farage is too smart also. Yeah, this is the thing. He's too smart. And he's the reason that he is like not behaving like Trump in this. By the way, I've decided to roll up the Green Party political leaflet and, use it as a pointer at the camera, right? The reason that he's not acting like Trump now is because he is thinking too much about what he should say that is right. He's thinking about, oh my God, how's the rest of the press going to handle this? How's the rest of the press going to handle this? So instead, he's just getting like mad. He's just completely getting mad. And that's not working for him at all. And also, yeah, conflating a salary with a donation from a billionaire is bananas. And everybody can see it. And I think that he knows that people can see this.
Do not make any mistake. We are not putting you in any danger at all.
If I answer that question you asked, so I won't.
But you have already said that you haven't spent it.
Fine. Leave it at that then.
He's the maddest he's ever been.
Do you wish you declared it at the time?
No.
You know this is going to keep coming up again and again and again.
Well, that's it. And look, you can obsess about it, all right? That's fine. I spent, goodness knows, scores of hours in Makerfield.
See, now his poshness comes out. That's the thing. His poshness comes out. This is why he can never have that charisma of Trump. Because he's literally just like, his poshness comes out immediately, and he is just like, scores and scores. Like, he's talking about scores. Nobody knows what a score is. Scores of hours. Like, bro, nobody in the fucking world, even in Britain, knows how much a score is. It's like 20 or something, right?
Out talking to people, out knocking on doors, meeting people of all political opinions, and only one person raised it with me. So, if you want
only one person said it on the campaign trail
about it, that's fine.
Bro, that's because you didn't go on the campaign trail.
I'm going to get on with my job.
Insane stuff. All right. Let's have a look at the Nigel Farage one.
I'll ask you a question about this £5 million gift from this crypto billionaire.
Hey, Alejandro, this is fucking amazing. The innate contrarian style in British journalism can do good things sometimes. Yes, that's right. Sometimes. Yeah, 20 in it, yeah.
You know better than most.
Yeah, 20 hours is not much. Scores of hours is like, what's he saying? Like 40 hours, 20 hours?
BC works. I'm getting comments as you and I speaking. This man needs to tell us what has he done with the £5 million. Get him to get him.
Oh my God!
I've got to ask you a question about this £5 million gift from this crypto billionaire. You know better than most politicians how LBC works. I'm getting comments as you and I speaking. This man needs to tell us what has he done with the £5 million. Get him to be truthful. Nigel Farage, please. What has happened to this £5 million gift?
With all due respect, what's it got to do with you?
Well, because it's linked to the position of
Bro, you're speaking to the people. There's people coming in here. There's people coming in of the general public who are asking this question. He's like, what's it going to do with you? This is so good. Oh, Reform are done, bro. They're done. I didn't realize that it was this bad. It's Jova, man. It's Jova. They're stagnating. Their support is going down. Oh, this is fucking brilliant, dude.
Office. Initially, we were told that it was because of your personal security and it would pay for that for the rest of your life. Then apparently it was some kind of reward for campaigning for Brexit. I am told we have two different stories. Which is the truth?
Well, I think you're contradicting yourself there, aren't you?
Well, if you tell me what happened with the £5 million, then we're solved.
It's an unconditional gift. I can spend it on Ferraris if I want. That'd be entirely up to me.
Why did you say?
He's also said something different about this on like a different interview. This is so funny.
Personal security, then.
Because
people say score a fair bit in London to mean 20, but to say scores of hours just means a lot. It's no specific amount in that content. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, but like everywhere else, no one's going to know what he's on about.
Given as an unconditional gift, right? The understanding is, and you know very well.
Cash is king tosses. Yeah, true.
I've been physically more attacked over many years than any other
I've been with you when you've been abused. I've seen that.
Oh, fuck off, Nick. When you've been abused. Yeah, he's literally never had hostile interviews. This is like, it's like a new thing for him. It's so funny.
My listeners want to know, Mr. Farage, how much has been spent?
With it. Nick, I can do with it as I want. I can do what I want with it. I can put it on the horses.
Yes, you are under review though, by the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner.
Well,
this is the thing. Yo, DJ, thank you so much.
£1 for each million taken by Nigel Fromage.
Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing on Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. No, it's fucking hilarious. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, I think Sophie said it earlier. Joe Cox was fucking murdered by someone who screamed Britain first. And then you've got fucking Nigel Farage here who had a milkshake thrown at him. And he, like, I don't know, crashed his own plane or something. And he's like, I'm being attacked by Antifa.
We shouldn't be discussing it in that case.
Insane.
But what I will say to you is, I know that I will need protection.
He's looking so bad. He's looking so bad, dude.
Right.
I've no idea.
Hey, temporary secretary, how you doing?
But I know that it's damned expensive.
I love that he thought that today was his big opportunity and he's totally fucked it. He's looking so pressed.
Now, don't have to worry or even think about that, because repeatedly over the years, when I've asked for help from the state, I've been refused.
So it was a reward for personal security.
Sorry, Nick, you're confusing two things. One is the
oh my God.
From the state, I've been refused.
So it was a reward for personal security.
Sorry, Nick, you're confusing two things. One is the money comes in, the other is
this has got to be an alert. This has got to be an alert. This is so good. This is my hopium from the council elections. Reform will just smash the hopes and dreams against the actual reality of governing. Yep, exactly. I was saying this here as well. They've taken on a whole bunch of councils now and they're going to fucking mismanage the fucking lot of them, and everyone will remember. Everyone will remember. And people are going to be remembering this as well. You know? Hey, Red Midwest as well. Welcome in.
Goes, right? I can do with it as I wish. but I know myself what it's for.
How much has been spent?
I bought a cup of coffee this morning. Was that from that money or from what I earned from GB News? Or these are ridiculous questions.
I remind you, you used to sit in this very chair. Listeners are concerned about the probity here.
Well, the probity would be if it was a political donation, right? If it's personal.
No, I know it was in a personal capacity. I want to make plain you were not an MP when funds were received.
Exactly.
Has it, as some newspapers have suggested, been used to purchase property?
No. I mean, and look, they can lie all they like. As I say, if I'm seen buying a round of drinks in a pub, they will say it came from that. It's irrelevant.
So just lastly, it's not bought a property, it's not done renovations on property. It will only ever be spent because of the campaigning you did, which resulted in the vote 10 years ago today. You have concerns over your personal security for the rest of your days.
I do, and as for the property thing, that was completely.
How many times did he say? He said the 5 times. I doubt he buys round. No, that's him literally trying to appeal to working class voters. He's becoming the WWE AI. Yeah. He's gonna start going. Oh, that would be so good.
That was agreed.
Yeah, he's pretending that he would ever buy a round to appeal to working class voters that are never gonna vote for him anyway. Hey, when we mute, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey, Magic Dealer.
The money was checked. Well,
that's all, folks. Exactly.
This is ridiculous because you can ask me this for the next 10 years. You know, as I say, you bought a round of drinks. Where did that money come from? It isn't like that, is it?
Well, no, but I mean, if you just came out and said, you're saying now that there's nothing to see here as regards purchase of houses, renovations of houses.
Yeah, same bloke at the pub stick he's always done, yeah.
It would be irrelevant.
But
it wouldn't be irrelevant.
No, there are not 2 stories.
You can see it in his eyes. He's getting caught out, and he knows he's getting caught out. This is so fucking funny.
To bed.
And even if there was, it would be irrelevant.
But you did have 2 stories.
No, there are not 2 stories. One is I was given the money unconditionally. I believe it was a reward for giving up a quarter of a century of my life, giving up a huge income in the City of London, putting up with lots of abuse. I believe that was the motive. Whether it was or not, that is that side.
Huge income in the City of London. Hey, Crescent, how you doing? Welcome in.
The other side of the equation is what I intend to do with that. I've made that perfectly clear.
Right. Okay. But Andrew, what do you take?
Oh, that's so fucking good, dude. That was so good. Who is Nick Ferrari, that guy? All right, let's finish the rest of this one.
We have those rules to be sure that you're doing what is in our interest and not in your interest. So it's very clear, Mr. Farage, you've got lots of generous benefactors. You could give this money back.
Everybody go follow Crescent Moon and Star.
Got a gift from the same person.
Will you give this money back?
Will you give your salary to charity? How about that? How about that?
I'm not running to be Prime Minister.
If you
Mr.
give
Farage.
your entire salary to charity, then maybe I will. Well,
I'm not running to be Prime Minister.
You are the main interviewer for our national broadcaster.
Sure.
So you equally have a very
How many gifted subs to wear those broken glasses and a hat? 50. In one go. Can't be from everybody. It has to be from one person.
Public position.
But, one day maybe I'll come on to your interview programme and you can interview me. But meanwhile, I'm interviewing you about you becoming Prime Minister.
Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. You think I'm an oiler yet? No, you asked the question. I gave you an answer.
And taking on the most important job. Will you give them?
I don't want to wear a hat and my broken glasses for the rest of the stream. I don't want to do that. So you're asking me my price. Everyone has a price. You know, why is everybody asking questions like this today? Why are people saying how much for you to wear a suit? How much for you to wear a fursuit? How much for you to wear glasses and a hat? Why is everybody doing this today?
What on earth has that got to do with you? If I did, it would be a purely private matter, as the money was in the first place.
You can look at Mule's avatar for free, yeah, but that's not the same, is it? You're not making me do anything.
Business, frankly, and if
I've been organising a revolt in your Discord.
That it is, we'll talk
about
it again.
Understood. Now, the reason I say it's of interest, of course, is that you mocked the Prime Minister. He is still the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and your party attacked him for taking money for free glasses.
I can't believe Star Spangled Shitlog did this. Mule falling behind on the meta, they say. Why would he do this? Why would he do this? You can't just be comparing me to other streamers. That's so nasty.
And for suits,
I'm getting suit mogged.
This is 1
I can't believe it. I mean, if anyone's going to suit mog me, it should be VO, to be honest.
Of the amount of money you've taken. If Starmer shouldn't have taken money for glasses and suits, surely you should not take money.
He was leader of the opposition. I was a broadcaster on GB News. I think there is a difference.
Now, talking of that, broadcasting on GB News, and indeed what you've done for many, many years, what we know is you are defined by your views on Europe. You've consistently argued for it, and given that it's the anniversary of a rather important decision, Brexit, people, I think, are entitled just to a simple answer. Do you now in any way regret your recommendation to Britain that we should leave the EU?
Of course he's going to say no.
Make us richer, and it would get immigration down.
No, I do not regret it at all. I do not regret independence. I do not.
Okay, what's really funny is that this is another example of how much he's never had pushback for anything in his life, right? From the media. This guy has just said, do you regret your recommendation to Britain to leave the EU because you said it would make us richer? That has in fact not happened, mate. And then Nigel Farage is like, no, I don't regret it. You should lead with answering that question by saying we are not richer because of the mismanagement of the country by the previous governments. He might get there eventually, but his initial response just shows how bad he is at this.
We should leave the EU because you claimed it would make us richer and it would get immigration down.
No, I do not regret it at all. I do not regret independence. I do not regret getting back the ability to make our own decisions on immigration,
so funny.
global trade partners. But what has happened is the earthquake that happened 10 years ago today was not accepted by the establishment. Many tried to overturn it. And when
this is so funny.
They were pushed into actually getting us to leave.
This is also just like not true. This is just not true.
Leave the European Union.
The only establishment that didn't like it was David Cameron, pretty much.
They then did not implement the wishes of the people. And that is why you're seeing the two-party system, as it's historically been known, frankly, under massive attack. That is why we've had 7 prime ministers in the course of the last 10 years.
This is so good.
Accepted the public
True
vote,
Brexit hasn't been tried, yeah.
And they haven't implemented it. And no, it was absolutely the right thing to do.
Well, there we go, chat. There we go. He's fucked it, hasn't he? He's proper fucked it. Some funny stuff going on. We're about to look at some other funny stuff. Let's take a look at the oil prices. Hey Nellis, what's up? We're going to be taking a look at the Iran news. We're going to be taking a look at updates on Iran. I didn't manage to cover as much of this as I would have liked yesterday because, of course, yesterday was all Keir Starmer copium, wasn't it? Now, listen, chat, what I'd really like, what I'd really like is to get through this final bit of the stream without asking for donos, yeah? And it's going to be another 2 hours, right? What time is it? It's like nearly 10 o'clock. So it's pretty much another 2 hours, yeah? And you could have that whole 2 hours with me not begging for donos, yeah? I don't mind if we don't hit the dono goal. I don't mind if we don't hit the sub goal because we battered the shit out of that yesterday with all the gift subs that I got from various chatters. Thank you again from that. So I'm not too bothered if we don't hit that today. It would be nice, but never mind. However, it's the dono goal I care about, yeah? It's the direct donos via PayPal. And chat, we just need 5 of you donating £2 each. And we will hit that goal. It will happen. Yeah? Could even have one of you donating £10. Or 2 of you donating £5. I don't care how it happens. I'm not bothered as long as it happens. Yeah? So that's the thing to consider. If you've enjoyed what you've been watching, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to the stream to help me pay my rent, help me pay my bills, get my groceries, and get little things like Melpo's little cat cool mat that I bought today. So all those kinds of things, you can help me out in life, just in general, can't you? You know what it's being spent on, that's right, to a degree. I'm obviously not going to tell you what I got at Clone Zone this weekend. I didn't buy anything at Clone Zone this weekend. Chat, if you can't afford to donate, don't worry. You could go to the promo tweet. You can like it. You can repost it. You could share it. You could go to the YouTube channels. You can like, you can comment, you could subscribe on a video, a YouTube video. Press all the free things and help me out and advertise the stream in other ways. Tell your friends, etc. And that, of course, attracts more people to the stream. We build the community. And then I get more money as a result. Yeah? So you could also do that as well. Clone Zone is a sex shop. So, no, I didn't go there this weekend. But I just used it as an example. So I wouldn't be telling you the things I got from there, would I? Unless I'm feeling extra fruity on a given day. So, you know, that's that. Chat, I'm gonna just real quick heat up some food for me tea. I'm not gonna be too long. I'll leave you with some tunes. And hopefully by the time I come back, chatters will have filled that dono goal. I will be right back. Won't be too long. Okay, chat. Yeah, he was proper long, wasn't he? He was being proper long. He knows we're watching. He's such a showman. He is a showman, yes. My dinner's pretty much done. I'm gonna bring it in a sec. And then we're gonna get on with the Trump Oval Office stuff. And it's gonna be very funny. There's apparently some absolutely crazy shit going on in that fucking interview that he does. Well, it's not an interview, is it? It's it's whatever. Stuff about the reflecting pool, stuff about Iran, all this kind of business. Oh my god. But let me just go and get my scran. I'll be right back. Okay, chat, it's time. It's the Trump Oval Office meeting that was happening yesterday while I was live, but obviously I didn't cover it because we were covering other stuff. Hello, Folastan, welcome in.
Technologies that will strengthen America's place as the world leader in...
What was he talking about?
Executive orders on quantum technologies that will strengthen America's place...
Quantum technologies.
This very important emerging field. I want to thank Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's with us, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy Michael Kratsios. Thank you, Michael. Director of OMB Russ Vogt, who's cutting the budget by probably 40 to 50% this year. We're going to end up with a balanced budget. And National Cyber Director Sean Carnicross, and I appreciate all of you being here. Thanks as well to Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Dr. Ethan Klein. Ethan, thank you very much.
Ethan Klein.
Director of the National Quantum Coordination Office, Dr. Brad Blakestad, and Chief Information Officer of the Federal Government, Greg Barbacia, for joining us today. Thank you very much, fellas. It's great. We're also honored to be joined by Google President Ruth Porat. That's a big position, okay? Google President. That's as big as being President of the country, I think. That's big.
Quiet part out loud.
Aren't too many. IBM CEO Arvind Krishna, who's a great man, who's a really great job. What a job you've done.
Hello, PGX Baroni.
Much lower.
Welcome in, Gata Matapaco.
I brilliantly sold it when I became president. That was
I brilliantly sold it.
And Inflection CEO Matthew Kinsella, as well as Nobel Prize winning quantum physicist John Martinez. Great going. Should you tell them how many years ago it was?
Well, about 40 years ago.
It's pretty good. Yeah. And you still look good.
Thank you.
Great job. I've been waiting for one of them too. They don't think 8 wars is enough, you know. I have to do 12 or 13, I think. Even though nobody's ever done one.
Happy Pride,
Quantum Technologies represents the next generation of innovation across computing, sensing, and networking with enormous significance for our country's economic growth, scientific research, and cyber security. It's really a big deal that we're doing today, and the country is doing really well, as you know. In 2018, I signed the National Quantum Initiative Act into law, which led to doubling the federal government investment in quantum research and development. I think you all know about that. that helped unleash billions of dollars of private investment in America's quantum industrial base, promoting significant scientific and technological progress like we've never seen before, actually. We want to keep that positive momentum going in America with the orders that I'm signing today, and these will really have I think.
So, he's allowing foreign investment in quantum computing. Who is going to do that? China? Is it to do with China? I don't know. What's he doing?
Place it a big step forward. We're already the leader by a lot, and we're going to be now the leader by a lot more. With the first executive order launches a national effort to produce a quantum computer capable of performing important scientific calculations and to develop quantum-enabled sensors and networks in the next 5 years. And we're going to be investing in American quantum leadership like never before to stay ahead of the pack. We're way ahead right now, and we'll keep it that way. The second order I'm signing directs federal agency to transition to what is called quantum cryptography. Do anybody know what that is?
Made up. Completely made up.
Very soon, so you're going to find it interesting. Cryptography for their computer systems by 2031, and to lead the way for wider adoption of these extremely strong security standards.
Setting my social security on fire to lose to China, yeah.
Celebrating 250 years of ingenuity, innovation, and invention this year, and today's commitments to quantum leadership will help secure that legacy for decades to come. I just want to say...
Comic book sci-fi tech race, yeah, exactly. Hey, Loki.
Introduce a couple of the people. We're doing very well.
Cryptography is password stuff? Nah!
Well, with respect to the Hormuz Strait, we took in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that. We have an oil gusher. The strait is totally open. You know that. And we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes. But we have two things. We have an open strait, and we have a country that will never have a nuclear weapon. Will never, ever have a nuclear weapon.
There's no negotiations, bro. That done. What do you mean?
Weapon. So now I'd like to invite Michael Kratsios, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, to say a few words, followed by National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross and Secretary Wright, who's doing a fantastic job over in Venezuela and every place else.
He did say we have a gusher.
Venezuela, by the way, has been amazing. We are really having a great relationship with that country, taking out tremendous amounts of oil. Far, far more than that particular war cost, many, many times. Sending it to Houston, sending it to Louisiana, sending it to lots of places. And Venezuela is also doing well. Venezuela is doing better than it's done in maybe ever. So it's been an amazing situation. Where did you ever hear of getting money back from the war by 42 times over, right, Pete? Nobody does that.
Right, but you didn't. So that's the end of that.
And I think Iran, I can say on a sort of a different scale, is in its own way working out very well. Maybe it's hard to say just as well, but maybe almost just as well. And we're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So,
what?
So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about that. So now I'd like to ask Michael a few words, and we'll follow up by the other two gentlemen, or three gentlemen, and then if anybody has anything to say, and we'll take some questions at the end. So Michael, go ahead.
So, Mr. President, as you mentioned in your remarks, you were the first president in history to prioritize quantum as a scientific priority for the United States government in your first administration. And since then, there's been a big leap in the investment the private sector has made in this particular domain. And we're now at the moment where a lot of that research is starting to pay off into commercial applications. And what this executive order will do is turbocharge that. First and foremost, it's going to task the Department of Energy to create a scientifically relevant quantum computer, which is going to help pave the way for even larger computers for the private sector. Secondly, we're going to be focusing on sensors and networking.
Quantum isn't a field, is it not? Whoa!
Department of Energy are going to be doing a wide variety of sensing and networking work. So this is a big step
IRGC
forward,
interference.
one of our two top science technology priorities. We're excited to kick things off today.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job, Michael. Sean, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You can to be the most forward-leaning president in innovation in American history.
Is that all?
That's it, sir. But no, and while you recognize the tremendous potential quantum has to advance medical research and cryptography and improve the lives of American people, you also recognize the security implications. As quantum rolls forward, it will challenge public key cryptography, which is what secures everything. It secures our financial transactions, our civilian critical infrastructure, and it secures the digital systems that Americans rely on for their daily life. And these two executive orders, which pair innovation and security, will address those issues. As we move forward, innovation and security have to be balanced. You recognize that. The actions that you take today will make sure that American systems are trusted and secure.
Is this a new AI? Are they like doing another thing where they change the meaning of a word? Like they change the meaning of AI to describe large language models, right? Are they now just being like, oh yeah, we've come up with quantum computing and it's better? We've invented quantum computing when it already exists in like various different forms, and is it just like another investor thing? Is it going to be another bubble? I don't know.
Secure and safe moving forward. And I just want to thank our tremendous American companies with whom we've been working so closely. I think it's fair to say we have an unprecedented relationship in this. I want to thank our colleagues in the interagency who have been tremendous.
Or maybe none of them know what they're talking about. True.
Focused group of people. And obviously none of this happens.
No, I know that cryptography and quantum algorithms are old, but like large language models existed before they said AI, right? Before they were like, oh, this is AI. And AI existed before AI, but not like conscience AI, you know what I mean? Sort of like computer AI, like in video games and stuff, you know? Do you know what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to say is like, you know, they're rebranding like other tech in order to be like, oh, it sounds really cool, but actually it's just like very normal, you know?
Your leadership. So you're securing our systems for generations to come. Thank you.
And you've done a great job.
Like, it's like everyone in chat is telling me that like cryptography is like, it's old as shit, and so is quantum computing, and now they're trying to make it like, oh, this is new and it's amazing, you should invest, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's what the executive order is about, right? It's about allowing for more investment
in that
shit.
Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper on
Nobody cares.
Good point.
I never go back. And usually they won't catch you.
Just say whatever you want. They won't get you out. Usually they don't.
Recognizing the quantum behavior of light, that it came in quanta. 40 years after that, President Trump's uncle, John Trump, was a pioneer in applying light radiation and the reflections of it to develop radar at the MIT Radiation Lab. Critical in
Is that true?
Critical in the
Wait, what? Is that true? This is all nonsense. What the fuck?
40 years after that, John Martinez down there pioneered taking quantum effects and building them into a device to capture that behavior. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics just last year for that discovery, that breakthrough. But 40 years, quantum phenomena are tough to harvest and tough to work with. But here we are, thanks to President
Hey,
Trump's
Susie, he's so not following. Yeah, he's got no idea.
To launch a major national effort on quantum. This is taking it to the next level. The future of computing is going to be a three-legged stool. High performance computing, basically Moore's law in semiconductor manufacturing, It's artificial intelligence that everyone's seeing and hearing about that's supercharging it. The third leg of that computing stool is going to be scientifically relevant quantum computing.
Yeah, I was right. I was right. That's what's happening. They're reinventing quantum computing to be a new thing that isn't what it is. This is so insane, dude. What the fuck is happening?
This is tricky. We're not there yet. We're close. But with this executive order...
We're close. We're close. We're close to the AI achieving sentience. This is so crazy. It's just another scam.
And this coordinated effort, we will have scientifically relevant, meaning error-corrected, quantum computing.
Rebranding to make it as hot as the weather, yeah.
The impacts of it will be tremendous.
Just, if I might, so with respect to the Strait, Hormuz Strait, a lot of oil pouring out, right?
He wasn't listening to a fucking word, bro. He was just like, I need to use this to talk about how good the Strait of Hormuz deal is. His mind was so far away. All he could think about was like, I need everybody to believe that this deal is going good. I gotta satisfy the markets.
Pouring out. Despite Iran's efforts or pushback, we are flowing oil through the Strait of Hormuz and natural gas at pre-crisis level.
Who is this guy?
We could get to above that. We will get to above that, but things today are going very well, thanks to the U.S. military and Pete Hegseth down the line here.
And Pete Hegseth set a record, most ever taken out.
So quantum computers IRL are basically useful in some specific kinds of calculations where classical computers would be too slow. That's the extent of quantum computer use. So it's extremely similar to LLMs, extremely similar to large language models and the repackaging of that as AI. So it's exactly like AI. Mental. Hey YouTube, yeah, he's bored as fuck. He just wants to talk about Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait's pent up, but it's a record. Did you?
This is fascinating.
No.
You didn't?
No.
Sorry. I don't.
Did he just ask someone who looks like he's about 20 years old if he ever knew his uncle? When Trump is 80 years old. If Trump's uncle was alive today, he would be like 140 or some shit.
It's a good bid.
What are you on about?
Berkeley and MIT.
Well, but MIT's Howard, you want to say something? Yeah.
So you're accelerating quantum with this continuing to push America forward. Now, I have the honor that John Martinez was a member of the Commerce Department at NIST, and he's a Nobel Prize winning alum, which is, if you don't think the people in the Commerce Department and in NIST are the best, I mean, here's an example. Nobel Prize winner who was part of our team. You all know that the government invested $2 billion.
It's a little bit different because the principle of quantum is to get rid of limitation of binary principles in normal computing. Since in quantum computing can have much more states. No, I understand it's not exactly the same as AI. But they are repackaging something that already exists into, you know, trying to make it sound more cool to try and attract more investment to various companies who are now all of a sudden going to be talking about, like, you know, like you know, that's what I mean when I say it's the same. Like, I know that it's not the same, but like it's the same. Like, what they're doing is the same, right?
Just a couple of weeks ago in quantum to drive it forward, and
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Barack. Yeah, yeah.
Invested in fabs to build quantum.
Get your quantum AI here. We've got quantum. You've heard about AI, but now we've got quantum AI. It's only possible with our executive orders.
Manufacture these quantum in America. Now you have Ruth Porat from Alphabet.
No, I never said that the things themselves are similar. I wasn't saying that, okay? I understand with my baby idiot brain that I don't understand LLMs. I don't understand quantum computing. I understand that they're different, right? I do understand they're different. I'm just saying the repackaging is the same. That's what I'm saying.
They're doing amazing investing in building quantum, and you have Arvind right next from IBM.
Yes, AI was the next fad after metaverse. Quantum is going to attempt to be this, yeah.
Invested in his fab. He's got a leading fab.
He doesn't know what they're talking about.
Those chips, right? So that's that idea. And then lastly, post-quantum cryptography, right? Once you have quantum chips, we've got to protect everyone in this government. Post-quantum cryptography.
Quantum chips? Is this... Does this make sense to anybody? I guess they'll do the computing. Yeah, fair enough. This kind of makes sense, yeah.
So NIST and the Department of Commerce is going to lead the charge to
like
make sure all of
a quantum chip will be a quantum processor instead of a standard processor, right? CPU processor. Like a quantum CPU. But I imagine these also exist.
So we know how to deal with quantum when it comes. We're going to lead in quantum, and we're going to...
Yeah, that's it, Magic Dealer, yeah.
And these are both the things you're signing today, and that's why you have such an amazing team behind you, because you are leading the charge.
They've got a layer of aluminium in a cardboard box so you could cook them in the microwave. What the fuck?
For America.
Why would you do that?
To say something?
Well, thank you. First, thank you so much for convening us for this important meeting and these two executive orders. We completely agree.
The biggest admission yet is that AI isn't doing shit. Well, they were trying to say, weren't they? They were trying to say, oh, AI, you know, you're all hearing about it, and this is gonna supercharge AI.
Is a breakthrough critical technology. The U.S. is in the lead. We will stay in the lead. At Google, we're really proud of our innovations, and thank you, Secretary Lutnick. We've been investing for more than a decade in quantum, and back in 2019, we were the first company actually to achieve quantum supremacy. Didn't stop there. About a year and a half ago, we unveiled a new chip, the Willow chip, which is a great example of American innovation, manufactured
quantum supremacy
in the United States. And what the Willow chip does, it enabled us to do a computation in less than 5 minutes that previously on the best supercomputer would have taken 10 septillion years, which is 1 with 25 zeros, so it's a lot. It's a lot. And what's exciting about this is what it means for our children and grandchildren. It's about medical breakthroughs, nuclear fusion, material science. So we're really excited about
I don't think it means any of that.
Also around post-quantum cryptography and the work that we're doing there. Absolutely critical that we also keep America safe, everyone safe. So we have been deploying that across our products and services, and it's a critical opportunity. I think with these two EOs, it lays the foundation for, one, protecting America.
I've worked in tech my whole life. This is marketing pablum crap. Yeah, obviously, right? Like, what are we talking about? Quantum supremacy. What does that mean, man?
As well as continuing to benefit on the upside. It's great to be here.
Tremendous.
Thank you.
Say hello to everybody. Arvind, please. IBM.
So first, I'd like to thank the President for both of these EOs. The role of the government is often underestimated. The role of the government in pushing innovation and technology forward is what both of these will achieve.
He's extra likely to fall asleep. The more and more people talk about tech, he's so likely to fall asleep.
For the investment in quantum computing,
it's coming now.
All work together.
This guy's got like a very monotone voice.
Actually accelerate what industry does, because that gives us the confidence to invest even more, and that is
I didn't notice that, DJ. By the way, everybody please go and follow DJ Empirical, another great streamer.
Out, and to get what both the secretaries asked for, to get the systems out during your current term. So we will go and invest in doing that. And I'd also like to thank...
Still on the stream hiatus because of the move? Yeah, well, people can follow you and see when you go live when you come back.
So that we can actually make these in America.
Good. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something, Russell, about how well we're doing on the budget and things?
Russell, budget and things?
I think last year you had the most fiscally consequential year in history. A story...
Chat, the camera's not flickered today, has it? Not flickered today. I'm very happy with that. Davon Pruitt, welcome in. The idea is that we'll have fancy computers that don't work on the way that regular computers do, so we can hack around people's encrypted passwords and spy on other countries easier and so on. Yeah, I imagine it was something to do with that, but they're obviously bigging it up to be something that it isn't.
It's largely been unwritten, but
you know,
today, this is about...
They don't want to write it. They won't write it. It's true. Go ahead.
More savings.
You might as well say it because they won't.
More savings than ever before in history. Today is about the investments that we're going to prioritize. So we'll save in places, but we're going to do what's necessary to invest in the future and industries of the future. That's what today is about. Quantum is one of those areas in the first term and now in the second term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
This stream has had one of the biggest reduction in flickerings of all time. That's so true. The Biden administration was very bad on flickering.
Sanctions on Iranian oil.
Very bad.
Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil today.
Well, I'm going to have to find out exactly the status, but if the sanctions go out,
Quantum Stream engaged.
This country, all that money's coming back in the form of purchases of food, which they desperately need. They have
This is the 30-minute presser crescent, yeah.
So the money that we lift is going to go to our farmers, largely to our farmers.
Can you ensure
Yeah, I've heard that this is incredibly funny.
oil sales to rebuild their military?
Well, they're not
had internet for 2 days. That's crazy.
But they're supposed to use money.
How did you
buy
survive?
food for their people? Because right now the people are very hungry, and they're buying it exclusively from us. Corn, soybeans. Should be a lot of money. I hope it's a lot of money.
If the war with Iran could cause a worldwide depression, as you noted, Mr. President, are you willing to risk economic catastrophe and strike Iran
Well,
again?
not the way I'm doing it. It's not going to cause.
You've not had the internet for like a week? That's crazy, Morgan.
Abide by the
Well,
memorandum
nuclear
of
weapon supersedes depression. Depression's real bad.
Nuclear weapons supersedes depression is so funny, dude. We needed wait, the Google Willow chip that the Google rep was talking about is 2 years old. Put that in it. Mad stuff. Absolutely mad stuff. Bright Person says there's real world benefits mostly for research, science, high performance computing. When pointed at a problem, can run every single outcome, find things that scientists would take years otherwise. This is why I do think quantum computing is a good idea. But the way that they're marketing this with AI slop, etc., could go in the bin. Yeah. My power went out and somehow fried my cable modem. What the fuck? That's crazy. They're building data centers 10 miles away? Yeah, it's probably that. That is probably that. Chat, that's why you should all go to Crescent Moon and Star stream and give him money.
Nuclear weapon will cause depression.
The Willow chip was a Biden chip. It was a chip from the Biden administration. We need a Trump chip. A Trump chip.
Quickly. The way we're doing it, we have the opposite of a depression. We're doing really well. The numbers are incredible. The oil is at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Oil prices are way down. I think they're very comparable to what they were. Chris, I don't know, pretty comparable to what they were before we started.
They've returned most of the way back down.
Yeah.
And, so if Iran does not abide by the MOU, are you still willing
What I
for
didn't
strikes?
say it would cause a depression. I said it could cause a depression, right? And I said that I don't want to be Herbert
He's
Hoover.
backtracking.
That's a president I don't want to be, because he was in charge during the Great Depression. And certainly a lot of bad things could happen. That would be one of the things. I don't think it would, but if it did. But no, if Iran doesn't live up to their agreement.
Depression is better than nuclear weapon, but there's no depression. It's not happening.
Does that give them leverage over you, Mr. President?
Say it?
Does that give them leverage, the Iranians leverage over you?
Oh, you're so leverage. Their Navy is gone.
See, this is what I mean. Farage could never interact with the media like this. That would just make him so mad. He would be so pissed off.
Their Air Force is gone. Their leaders are all dead. Their whole country's a mess. Their economy is shot. The Times, the fake New York Times said, oh, it's about the same as it was 4 months ago. No, 4 months ago they had a Navy, 159 ships to be exact. It's gone. The whole Navy's gone. Their 250 airplanes, all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their radar is gone. These guys love radar. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. Their whole country is gone. And the Times said, oh, they're about the same as they were 4 months ago. And the reason the news is doing so badly, or let's put it another way, the reason that I won in a landslide, even though I got 92% negative press, is because nobody believes the press anymore. And they have to start believing. When the Times and a couple of others, they're grasping for straws. When they say that Iran is about the same as it was 4 months. 4 months ago, they had a powerful Navy, they had a powerful Air Force. Most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launching pads are gone. Most of their manufacturing capacity for drones and missiles is gone, about 87% gone. And then I hear, oh, they're in such great shape. No, they're gone. And their first level of leaders.
No, they're gone.
Their second level of leaders gone. Their third level of leaders, you have to hear the conversations. Who wants to be president? Well, I don't want it. Nobody wants to be president.
This is insane.
They're doing
this is so insane.
In the meantime, we're setting records. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. We have 18 to 19 trillion dollars being poured into our country.
I'm sorry that I don't have Dr. Jones queued up. But I feel like you can all watch Melpo with his tube. You know? Even though Trump's rambling.
We're building factories all over.
Because I'm just eating a mango,
we
chat.
have more people working today than at
Don't forget to eat a piece of fruit today, chat.
At higher salaries. So when you ask a question like that, it's so stupid.
Mr. President. So stupid. It's never happening.
Here's another beauty. What's this one?
Well,
here's a real beauty.
earlier
Go
today,
ahead.
the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point.
Who did he tell that to you?
He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but I get problem solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
Including with Bibi.
What's the latest you've heard from the Vice President? Are you happy with his negotiations?
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about what Secretary Rubio will be doing in the Middle East this week?
What's that, Soph? The Google Willow chip has to operate at millikelvin temperatures. The cooling for that has got to be the size of a building. That's absolutely mad.
Fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think
fantastic job.
The best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland, he's a very smart guy. He did a great job. You know, when I look at the Democrats.
Have you considered what we actually need is 50 more data centers? Yes.
I watched that.
That's what I think all the time.
One of them thought it was.
That's what I think all the time when I'm so warm that I can't sleep. I think that all the time. I think just one more data center, that'll do it, man.
Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC have no idea on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watched somebody like JD or Marco.
That was last year.
I said, what a difference. What a difference. What a difference a brain makes.
Mr. President,
what a difference a brain makes.
Quite critical of Prime Minister Starmer, and he's now resigned. Your thoughts, and who would you like to see as the next Prime Minister?
Yeah, I was critical only from the set, because I think he's a lovely man, but I said, you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world, and they haven't even found most. You know that the UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him, he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said, we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately...
Windmills.
You know, that was a bit...
Never forget the windmills, chat.
But...
hey, Midwestern cat lady.
Well, but he's got two problems. Energy and immigration. And crime. But energy and immigration. And he's, you know, he's really hurt himself very, very badly. Please go.
Mr. President, can you tell us about your meeting with the defense contractors on Wednesday and what you plan to tell them?
The meeting coming up, because I've met with them before. We're building plants all over the country. They are not allowed to take any more stock buybacks. Do you do stock buybacks by any chance? Not too much, right? No, because he wants to invest in product. It's just an artificial way of raising a price if you're running a bad company. So they spent $51 billion.
Wow, what was that?
On stock buybacks instead of spending them on plants. Now they're spending. They can't do that anymore. Now
stock buybacks.
Spending a lot of money. We're building many plants throughout the country. They're dealing with General Motors. They're dealing with Ford. But I know General Motors is all excited about building weapons now. They have some plants which are going to switch over, and we're going to build weapons, including the Patriot, including the Tomahawk, and lots of other things. And we're really in a big strong economic push to do the weapons, and some of the car companies, if they have any excess capacity, they're making a deal to build missiles, and the Patriot in particular. We have quite a few of them, but we want to make sure we have always a lot of them.
Mr. President of Colombia, the candidate that you endorse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations on the quantum physics EO to all of
Thank
you.
you.
Vice President Vance said that there are mechanisms in place to make sure that there's not escalations with the Strait of Hormuz and with Israel and Lebanon. Can you talk about what those mechanisms are, and are you in direct talks with the Supreme Leader?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear, because that's an inappropriate word, but as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the Strait.
So the mechanism
You know, we have a Navy that had a blockade. I think the blockade was more impactful than dropping bombs, if you want to know the truth. It was like I said, they call it the steel wall. Nobody got through. Not one ship got through, able to go to Iran. They got through if we wanted them to go through. And we could set that up again in about 15 minutes. I would say, Pete, one phone call. How long would it take? Maybe half hour?
They're ready to go right now if you need to.
It'll be before we finish the meeting. No, we have, as long as they respect us, we're going to be fine. If they don't respect us, things wouldn't be good, but they have a lot of respect. Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate.
Oh, El Tigre.
Belardo de Estrella. We know that you had a phone.
I endorsed him. He was in 10th place. I endorsed him, and he won the election.
Yeah, and we know that you had a
no different than this country.
You had a phone conversation with Abelardo.
I did. I had a great call.
What can you tell us about that?
Sorry, chat. I just got mango and lime juice all over my fucking.
Yes, sir. I'm from Colombia.
So
Cartagena, great city.
he called me last night.
All over my
He
desk.
thanked me for the endorsement. He won. He won the election. He wasn't into.
What the fuck just happened, by the way? He was like fucking. He was going, oh, the president, oh.
This wouldn't be good, but they have a lot of respect. Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate.
Oh, El Tigre.
Belardo de Estrella. We know that you had a phone.
I endorsed him. He was in 10th.
Oh, El Tigre.
He won the election.
Yeah.
He was in 10th place. No, he wasn't.
In this country.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I did. I had a great call.
What can you tell us about that phone conversation, and what do you see? What do you anticipate?
You're from Colombia?
Yes, sir. I'm from Colombia.
So he
Cartagena, great city.
He called me last night and he thanked me for the endorsement. He won. He won the election. He wasn't anticipated to win, but he won, and he won handily. It's just an honor. He was just a good man. I'd watch him a little bit speak.
Was there ever a country who had somebody this obviously unfit for office leading it? Probably not. Not this obviously, you know?
And he always speak, you know, when people like me, I like them. It's very simple. It's a very simple formula, and I like them. He said really nice
Hey, I'm
things
this
about
old.
me and
America first.
in the United States, and very, very powerful. And he won an election in Colombia that, I don't know, some people were surprised because he was a little bit further down the pack, but he won easily last night. He called me at 8:30 in the evening just to thank me very much. And I said, you ran a great campaign. He's El Tigre, right?
Yeah. And what do you anticipate for the relation with Colombia?
Good, much better. It'll be better. He's going to be a great president.
Mr. President.
Are the contractors who did the initial work for the reflecting pool, are they?
Yeah, the Colombia presidential elections are in fact in recount still. Because everyone is like, there's no way that this guy won. He's a fucking piece of shit. You know, the sad reality about Colombia, as far as I know, is that they have a deep apathy towards elections because, you know, a lot of people believe that the gangs control the government, right? And the gangs would absolutely love the right-wing government to win. Like, that's what we know. And the gangs are funded by the CIA. So That's the reality of the Colombia stuff. Obviously, Gustavo Petro, our boy, absolute legend. Didn't run for another term, but like the person that he ran through, for like his party or like his whatever. He's like, this guy's a good successor and shit like that, and he endorsed him and stuff. So,
blame for the current condition, or is it
ran through Happy Pride? I don't know. He could have done.
We have I think 290, 300 foot slit right through it. Probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, we had people lifting up the basic, some of the, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife.
We'll have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife and cut 300, did he say 300 feet or 300 meters? It doesn't matter, because it's still insane.
I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested.
300 feet.
And 5 people are under investigation.
Our pool is bigger than skyscrapers.
And it's a sad thing. In addition to that, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around. They put these massive.
The Biden administration was very bad on grass.
You know about that, right? And they said 86-47. They probably got that from the dirty cop, Comey. You know he's a dirty cop, don't you? Dirty cop. He's a crooked guy. They destroyed the grass. So that's a big thing. But we're going to get it back very soon.
Yeah, with a box cutter or something, but not one single person saw who did it.
Police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that?
Do you have any proof of this? We didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like you made it up.
Yeah, we have proof.
Photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof?
Okay.
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of it.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. Or see the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very...
Hey, Pakistani Mango, please no jokes today. I've entered the 40-day mourning period of Keir Starmer leaving. Never forget, chat.
Violently. The same thing with the floor. They cut it. And then they lifted it. They pulled it. And that's what it is. And, we've done over 50 monuments. Number one, we start with, this is now a...
Chat, can you imagine if someone actually tried to do this? Like, how deep is the reflecting pool? It's like 5 feet deep. You would just see someone, like, edging along, like, wading through it and, like, bending down every so often to just... just cut the thing. Yeah, it's 2 feet deep. It's like you would see it would take someone hours. It would take so long. It's like 3,000 feet long. Like, what do you mean? It's so crazy. Scuba knife heist. Antifa Frog Division did it. They got the military protecting it and plainclothes officers roaming the perimeter. Yeah. It's kind of under martial law, isn't it? Because of the fucking the National Guard are in there. It's in front of the White House. No one saw.
Safe city. It's as safe a city as you're going to get in the country.
They arrested an American Olympian a few days ago for touching the water. Yeah, I think I saw that. Was when they like touching the algae or something, and they were like, right, get away from there, sir. Mental. Yes, of course. It was Hamas who did it. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
When I came here, it was a very dangerous city. And
how do you cook concrete with a knife anyway? Well, what they're saying is The lining of the pool that you got your boys to do is bad, and it wasn't a good job, and so the lining is all like coming up and shit. Like people are literally like lifting it out in chunks. So he's like, oh yeah, it's a pool lining, that's why we put it in there like that, and then someone's come along and cut it. You know? He's trying to say that it was a pool lining and he meant to do it like that. That's why he's going with this thing about like, oh yeah, they cut it with a box cutter. You know? It's kind of like a silicon-based material. Yeah, well, he was telling everybody he was painting it, wasn't he? He was like, yeah, we're painting it. It's going to be great. There's going to be no algae. American flag brew. American flag blue. The contractor is a cartoon-looking dude. Okay, I wasn't going I wasn't going to mention this guy, but this is what the contractor looks like. This is what the CEO of the contractor company that he hired to do it looks like. No, this is him. He's got 2 convictions? No, not the lady, is this guy. Obviously, I'm not gonna be like, haha, look at her. She just looks normal. But like, this is what I said about it. Bro looks like Hitler survived shooting himself in the head. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, got a couple of people who like that. Okay, that's fair enough. That works for me. That works for me. A couple of people said, we got Bright Person who said Lamau, and I'm this old who said agree. That's enough for me. Anyway, he looks like that.
With the parks and the grass. And
cartoon villain Maxon, yeah. David Beckham's let himself go.
And this is like a different place. One of the things we did is...
He makes me think of Gomez in the Addams Family. Don't do Gomez dirty like that. Don't do Raoul thingy. Don't do him dirty.
Most of which were in horrible shape. All of them were bad, but some were just absolutely horrible. Graffiti, you couldn't even see the stone. They've all...
Or John Astin. Is that the guy from the original? Yeah.
Reflecting pool. In fact, if you go over there right now, it looks very good. It's up. They put, somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put fertilizer in the water...
Raul Julia, that's his name. Raul Julia, yeah.
Somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something to create the algae, but that doesn't matter because that's been purified. It's dead.
They did something to... Pardon me? If you put fertilizer in the water, you get algae?
Somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put
somebody said he's like he's at school. Did you ever used to do that at school when you'd go up to people and you'd be like, somebody said that your mum fucking shops at Aldi or something, and it's just you. You just said it. It's you that said it.
But somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something.
Somebody said.
But that doesn't matter because that's been purified. It's dead. Laying at the bottom, they're taking it out. They vacuum it out. They vacuum it very carefully out. And it'll be back to health.
Yeah, they did. They put a whole bunch of peroxide in it and it killed ducks, right? Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah, I heard that.
To let the water out to fix the there's 2 little areas, very little areas where they were cut. And we'll fix that, but it's not leaking or anything. It's got a base underneath.
Part of what's curious about this situation is we stood here with you in April when you first revealed the plans.
I said what?
In April, you showed us pictures of what you were...
He's talking about it the way that he talked about the Strait of Hormuz. What? Yeah, lying. Pretending that nothing bad has happened.
At the pool, and you said you had a guy who was going to do it in a week for about $1 million.
Well,
it's been 2 months and $16.5 million.
Yeah, okay, ready? Barack Hussein Obama. Have you ever heard of him?
I can't deal with it, but chat. We aren't 2 years in. It isn't even 2 years yet. It's like a year and a half. Ever heard of him? You ever heard of him? You ever heard of a Barack Obama? The Barack Obama deal.
He spent 2 years and over $100 million on trying to fix it. You know what happened to it? Never even opened.
Right.
He took the water from the river. You know about that, right? It turned out to be putrid, and it destroyed the whole thing. Spent over.
Is he even right about this? Is he just like randomly pulling Obama out of somewhere? You know what I mean?
For $100 million. Him and Biden together spent $147 million.
Him and Biden together, they did it together. They ruined it. I'm trying to fix it. I can't.
You don't mention that, right?
But
we spent about 10. Many of the
Obama's filtration system worked. Yeah. Didn't it work fine before this? Obama did spend more than Trump on the pool. Right. Okay. Fair enough. Next year it'll be 10 years since Obama was president. Right. I think it's this year. Oh, January. Yeah, January next year, probably. Yeah. Yeah.
They do this.
He ripped out the Obama filtration system.
And they're very good workers. They did a great job. So
the Obama filtration system, it never worked except for when it did.
$300 to $400 million. You know that. And it was going to take 4 years. I spent
the stupidest thing, right? The stupidest thing about all of this is it's just such a waste of time. It's like if you just have like a big body of water, like over time, it is just going to naturalize. And any normal president of the United States should just sit there and just be like, we don't have to do anything. Let's let reeds grow in it. We can have swans living in there. Let's put some frogs in that shit. Who cares, bro? You know? Let's just rip the whole thing out. I mean, they could do that as well. It doesn't even matter.
Spent about 6-7 weeks, and I spent probably in terms of outside, probably $10 million, around $10 million. They say
the place where it was built was marshy ground, so it's just not that stable. Yeah.
So they were going to spend $400 million. I spent 10. They were going to spend 4 years. I spent 2 months. Maybe.
Hello, DigiViking. Welcome in.
And I have a better product. Now, I can't help it if somebody goes in.
The frags, they're Antifa, you see. That's the thing.
And we also have pictures of it. You know, we have
Can you
pictures.
release the photos? We've been
At the
asking
right
for that.
time, you'll see it. You'll see it in court. You'll see it in court. But all you have to do is call the Parks Department. Call the Department of Interior, and I don't know if their lawyers will allow you to speak to them because you know you write fake news. But call the Interior Department. And I understand they've arrested 5 people, and they have another 5 people that are under investigation. Here's the bottom line. We made so much progress in this city, people don't even recognize it. By the way, Memphis, Tennessee, crime is down 7.
People do not recognize it. By the way, something else completely unrelated.
78% in a
28%.
It was a hellhole. New Orleans, crime is down 79%. And they had Mardi Gras. It was the safest Mardi Gras they've had in 50.
It is crazy how bad it looks. This is a photo from The Guardian, chat. It is crazy how bad it got. It's all he could speak about for like 3 weeks. That's crazy, man. What the fuck? We filled the swamp. We drained the swamp and we put it in the reflecting pool. We needed somewhere from all the swamp, all the water from the swamp to go to. So we thought the reflecting pool, it would be symbolic. So good, man. So fucking good.
Years, the governor called me. Governor Landry called me. Safest Mardi Gras they've had in. And by the way, Chicago, which is a shooting field right now, if the
a shooting field,
Governor Pritzker would call me, I would solve the Chicago problem in 3-4 months. You'd have virtually a crime-free city. We'll remove all of the bad ones. You have criminals. You have career criminals that came in through the border because of Sleepy Joe Biden. You ever hear of Sleepy Joe Biden? Do you ever hear of him? He let people come into this country, and we can never forget that that happened. Guys like you should never forget that that happened. They were murderers.
There's a clip of a Swedish journalist that touched the water, and the soldiers said that she would get arrested.
Mental patients. They took them out of prisons. They took them out of mental institutions. You should never forget.
Ever heard of other presidents who did worse jobs than me?
Mr. President, you're
Let's leave on a nicer note.
You're meeting with NATO Mark Rutte on Wednesday.
Good.
You've had Secretary Hegseth review.
He just said good. He said good like she was just telling him his schedule. Good, I want to do that. Yep, put it in the diary. Thank you very much. Who are you again?
Countries.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that conversation. Are you planning
Well,
on
look,
drawing
It's Schmer.
It's NATO, basically, the question. So
It's Schmer.
we have been a great member of NATO. In many ways, certainly the predominant member. We paid trillions of dollars over the years, not billions, trillions over the years to protect Europe. When we wanted to know, we didn't need any help at all. I was more curious than anything else. So I said to Pete, let's see if they'd actually come. So we asked them to come, and they weren't there for us. So we spent, it's stupid that they weren't. By the way, Starmer wasn't there. And you know what? The people of the UK did not like it that he wasn't there. Starmer said no. Starmer said worse than no. He said, we'll be there as soon as you win. I said, we don't need you as soon as we win. Before I went in, we called him. He said, oh, wow.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. President. That's just a joke that we have together sometimes.
We'll be there. This was not Winston Churchill with that I get.
This is so funny, him saying this after he resigned.
Be there, right, Pete? As soon as we win, they're going to come and help us. Okay. but you know what? Italy was very bad. Italy was very bad, and other countries, Germany was very bad. So we spent all of this money, probably 600, I think we spend 600 billion a year, right? I would say that. I think the real number, think of that, the numbers that we spend are so crazy, or NATO, and they weren't there for us. So I say,
Naughty Europe, not getting involved in one of the stupidest wars of all time.
If we're spending all of this money, hundreds of millions of dollars to protect them from Russia, mostly. Okay, so we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You know, the case could be made that we spent all of the money over the years before me. I cut it back. But listen, we spent all of this money, and then
well, NATO is there to help the USA attack a country because it does historically do that.
And when we want to maybe have help on small stuff, this is a small time. This is not the big one.
The only difference with this one is that everybody in NATO was like, this is so stupid. In theory, well, yes, of course, but none of that matters, right? The only difference this time is literally just like, they were sat there and they were going, this is a really stupid idea. You've done loads of simulations for this war and how it'll go really badly. We should continue trying to uproot their civilization by funding, terrorist elements, white supremacist terrorist elements within their country, Kurdish separatists, all this stuff. We should do all of this stuff, And Trump was like, no, we got to go in there. We got to do it. We got to ban them.
This is small potatoes. They say no, would rather not help. Stupid thing to say, because we can say that to them if we want, and we might.
Mr. President, regarding the other...
It's the one-year anniversary of Operation Midnight Hammer. If you could go back in time, is there anything you would do different?
No.
Nothing
It
at
was
all?
the most successful attack that anyone's ever seen with a bomber that totally wiped out their nuclear potential. If we didn't do that, you'd have no...
What the fuck is this that he's sharing on his fucking Truth Social chat?
Since 1979, the clock's been ticking. Iran has killed Americans every year for 47 years.
Chat, this is So always sunny coded.
160 dead. Hostage has been killed. 180 attacks from Iran on Americans.
Past presidents appeased Iran.
$1.7 billion in cash to Iran.
Refused to enforce sanctions.
While Iran pursued nuclear weapons.
Could make 11 nuclear bombs.
Missiles that could soon reach the American homeland.
Imminent
production of a nuclear weapon.
Too close for comfort.
When will Iran have a nuclear weapon? Thank you, President Trump.
What the fuck? Paid for by Morning in America. Who the fuck is that? Thanks for the follow. It's literally it's like the gang in Always Sunny made this. It's literally like fight milk. I drink it every morning so I fight like a crow. It's like that level. Just insanity. Everybody, by the way, please go follow Complainy Laney, another amazing comrade streamer that you should go and support. How you doing? It's good to see you. I can't believe that that's real. I was looking for like anything that he might have said about Iran or Lebanon or some shit, but I just saw that.
Would not exist, and most of the Middle East would not exist. They were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. If we wouldn't have done that, Pete, they would have had.
I'm good, thanks, Laney.
Want to say something about
Very hot.
Yes, sir, I wasn't aware it was 1 year, but you don't have the situation we have now, a position of strength where Iran's going to give up their nuclear program without Midnight Hammer, which no other country on planet Earth could remotely conceivably pull off that from start to finish.
Midnight Hammer.
Back and forth. Iran never saw it, and every munition, precision munition that only we make, hit exactly where we wanted it to.
Yeah, it's a bit hot, yeah.
Coming, and they could do nothing.
And they could do nothing about it.
It is Keg's breath, yeah.
Which are even further now degraded. And that's what everyone misses in the press, and the president's right to call it fake news, because the overwhelming military victory that has been had over Iran is what has set the conditions for them to be at the table with our negotiators. And we will ensure, whether it's through a deal or through the War Department, that they never get a nuclear weapon because of this president right here.
Okay.
That's a good one, RT, yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. We're gonna have a look at some Al Jazeera reports. But first, before that chat, we are so close to hitting the dono goal for the day. I just need another £2.30. £2.30. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to the PayPal to help me pay my bills, rent, all that kind of business. And we're so close. So close. You could also sub on Twitch. That's up to you, but I'm not bothered about that because I got loads of subs yesterday. Only got a tiny little sub goal, additional sub goal of 5 a day. We got like 35 yesterday, so I'm not too precious about that. If we hit the dono goal, then there you go. I do prefer donations because I only have to pay 10% on every donation versus like 50 of subs, right? Works out better for you, better for me, better for everybody. Unless you want the emotes. That's up to you. You grab the emotes if you want. Mark Hoots with the £5, let's go! Thank you so much. We've hit the dono goal for the stream. There you go. Call to action has been done. I am not ending the stream, Mama B. So, don't know where you've got that from. I was just asking for more money. We've hit the dono goal, and that's very good. I'm going to be here for maybe another hour because I started late. So, that's what's happening. What a load of rubbish England were. Did we play tonight? We lost, I take it. Who cares? Who cares? Twitch takes 50 plus processing fees. Yes, very greedy. 0-0. Wow. Baldwins goes with 2 gifted subs. Let's go. Thank you very much. Marshmallow and Brady Jade. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Appreciate that. I can't find the donate on mobile. I mean, the link is in the chat, and people have struggled to donate on mobile before. So honestly, don't stress, because we hit the dono goal today anyway, DigiViking. And you're a new chatter as well, so you know, don't worry about it. It's all good. You don't need to donate on your first day, even though that's a very, very nice gesture, and I do appreciate that. Might be getting 3 more DemSoc congresspersons in New York today. No, yeah, it is very interesting hearing about the elections in New York. Daria Lisa is the most interesting one, as far as I'm concerned. Brad Lander, I'm like, whatever. He's the best of a bad bunch. And who's the other one? I don't know much about the other one, but Daria Lisa seems to be like, what is she? Oh no. That's not congressperson. Brad Lander's doing comptroller. And hang on a minute. Daria Lisa is not a congressperson either. Daria Lisa is going to be mayor of Washington, D.C. Yes? Is that today? Claire Valdez. Now I just don't know if I know what I'm talking about. Now I'm like, I don't think I was listening to anything any American streamer has said this week. Because I've listened to a lot of American streamers this week talk about this, and I guess I just haven't, right? Daria Lisa is going to be a rep. Oh, right, okay. Who's going to be the mayor of... She's running to represent New York's 13th Congressional District. Right, I got you. Okay, and they're not like J Street or liberal Zionist or like weird cat Abu Ghazali fucking let's invade Taiwan. Let's give Taiwan loads of money so they fight a proxy war for us. They haven't got any stuff like that going on. That was crazy. Remember that? Cat Abu Ghazali is worlds better than the other ones? Really? Oh, that's upsetting. I mean, she just had that one thingy. Brad Lander is running for Congress. Oh, right. I thought he was just... I guess you could be comptroller and a congressperson. Janice Lewis George is DC mayor, and she's good, right? Cat was fine. Basically, a strong president shouldn't leeway the world into a giant war. I mean, I'm talking about the shit she said about giving money to Taiwan so they like attack China. That was mad shit. Janice Lewis George heard good things about her. I was gonna say I've heard good things about her because the DC mayor was something that was big, and like Trump has been talking about it, and he's been saying shit like fucking we'll have to deport her or something like that. Cat is a two-state solution. Yes. Terrible foreign policy stuff. Terrible foreign policy stuff. I mean, I guess if she pledges, I guess the way that I see it, right, is that if they pledge to not vote to give money to Israel, then the two-state solution thing just doesn't really matter anyway, because like Israel are going to get less money. That's good, I suppose. Like it doesn't really matter if Israel wants a two-state, which they don't want a two-state solution, but it doesn't really matter if anyone wants a two-state solution. If they're not getting the money, they won't have one. So, I don't know. There's a separate race for comptroller. Brad's not running for that role. Right. It's the long way around. I mean, again, it's liberal bourgeois electoralism, right? Voting is the least thing you should do. Engage in liberal bourgeois electoralism insofar as people who are willing to engage in dual power organizations like trade unions, tenant unions, stuff like that. And, you know, even Lenin said that shit. Even Lenin said you should do that shit. Engage with it insofar as it helps the cause. And keep building dual power, you know? Anyway, chat, yes, we're going to take a look at some Al Jazeera stuff. What do we got first? We have got a breaking news thing about... When was this? This was yesterday. So I'm late to this stuff because of the Keir Starmer stuff, so don't be mad. at me, chat, yeah? Don't be fucking mad at me, yeah? Okay. Engage in electoralism by putting forth communist candidates to Communist Party candidates. Yes, correct. Okay. No, don't be furious. This is US-Iran talks end without breakthrough as tensions over Lebanon persist. From Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera have been pretty good on Iran over the last couple of weeks. So let's have a look and see what they are saying about this.
I want to bring you some breaking news now, and that is that talks between the U.S. and Iran taking place right now.
Yesterday's news today.
Let's go straight to Osama bin Javed, who is in Bergenstock. Osama, what do we know at this point?
Well, I've just spoken to a few delegates who've told me that the talks...
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Be mild with the mild, shrewd with the crafty, confiding to the honest, rough to the ruffian, and a thunderbolt to the liar. But in all this, never be unmindful of your own dignity.
That's very true. Quite like that, DigiViking. Thank you very much for the £10 subbing off Twitch. Supporting the stream, let's go!
For today.
Thank you very much.
And all the teams are still here, and they're working on a joint communique for this meeting. It has been an extraordinary day, a historic day, as was opened by the US Vice President J.D. Vance as he went into the first round. We were in the room, we saw the commotion when the Iranian foreign minister came in and then told the Pakistani Prime Minister that he was not going to be coming in front of all the cameras. So the Iranian delegation stayed outside, then they went in when the cameras had left, and that was the first round where those statements were made by all sides. And then came the tweet by President Donald Trump about the threat.
It would be so much easier with a PayPal link, holy shit, for donations, that is. Is that an issue that chat have been having for some time? Because I know that I know that chatters were saying that they were struggling with donating. Also, is it not a PayPal link? I feel like it is a PayPal link. I know it goes to Streamlabs, but you're paying PayPal.
That this team perceived against them that they will not be able to go back to their country. So
you got to log into Streamlabs. Oh, you have to log into Streamlabs. So it doesn't let you just donate if you're not logged into Streamlabs. Okay, that's a bit fucking insane. Is that true for everybody? Sorry, is that true for absolutely everybody? Ko-fi is easier, no logins required. Twitch, you got to Twitch log into Streamlabs. That's crazy. That's why people aren't donating. I figured it out. Okay, I've got to think about stuff. That's how it gives you the alerts. For my dono, I had to log in. Okay. That's fucking stupid. Can you get Ko-fi alerts on your stream, Laney? I just copy and paste my browser, play through Streamlabs. Yeah, but that's not easy for everybody. It's, oh, you're on mobile. Oh, right. You do as well? Oh, okay. You have to Twitch login and scroll on the page. It's not obvious to find. Okay. For me, you could just type the username. Wait, what? Really? Oh, you might be already logged in, Yui.
Back and forth.
You might be already logged in.
On what are the major issues? How can they be brought closer? The Qataris and the Pakistanis have been holding bilateral, trilateral meetings. And at one point, I've been told there was a quadrilateral session as well, albeit very brief. So it appears that for tonight, the talks have concluded. All teams remain in the room. At any point, I've been told that we're going to be given a joint communique. We expect that the departures that were set for tomorrow are going to be the same from some of the delegations, but there has been no breakdown, as one delegate told us.
Chat, we are so close to hitting the monthly dono goal.
Reported by various sides earlier on during the day.
Anyway, DigiViking. First time chatter donating straight away. Thank you very much. That means the world to me. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify what you're saying here, because you mentioned...
Look at Shabazz Sharif's face. It's so funny.
Threats coming from President Trump toward Iran. Obviously, the Iranians did not take this kindly. I mean, how should we be characterizing this? Is this that talks are breaking down because of that, or things are kind of coming to their natural end? And are there going to be teams?
You could type any username until it was time to actually take money out of my account. I got to make this easier for people. I've got to fucking make this easier for people. It did go through. I got it. Yes, DigiViking. Yes, thank you very much.
Staying behind, because J.D. Vance said earlier today in setting this up, he said that, look, the political people are just here.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's all good.
Get it started, but it's really the technical teams who are empowered to hash through some of these details. Are they going to be staying behind?
Well, as far as we understand from the Qatari government, we've been told that groups have been formed and they are going to begin those communications with each other on various points of the Memorandum of Understanding. Remember, the 14 points, the first one of those 14 points became the point of contention.
I had someone send $4 $20 donos because they thought it didn't go through. Yeah, result.
Memorandum of Understanding.
That's a fucking result and a half.
Was that all sides respect
80
each
fucking
other,
squids.
and the guns should fall silent.
80 bucks. Let's go.
Respect for sovereignty over Lebanon as well, and they point out that these
it's worth it for stuff like that. I'm going to keep it for stuff like that.
Israelis have continued.
I'm going to keep it for scamming chatters.
Attack Lebanon, and that is against the spirit and the letter of the Memorandum of Understanding, and that is.
I heard that Kofi takes more for themselves, but I don't know that for sure. Just something to look into. I mean, Lainey has Kofi, so she could just tell me. She's in the chat right now.
Yes, the tweet played its part, but that was not the only reason. This is
dono maxing,
sea of differences, as one diplomat put it, that the Pakistanis and the Qataris are trying to build bridges over.
It's the same as Streamlabs. Yeah, but Streamlabs don't take a fee, right? PayPal takes a fee.
Some delegates
PayPal takes 10%.
That this has been one roller coaster of a ride where at one
don't worry about it, PvP.
Really low point.
I appreciate you saying it nonetheless.
And then they were
thank you for the gesture.
And somebody pointed to me that I saw the Pakistani team led by the Pakistani Chief of Defense Forces shuttling between.
Yeah, I bet that's fucking insane, honestly,
while
PvP.
I was there in that lobby. And I can tell you that those people who were with me, they were like, look at the body language. This looks, as he's moving towards them, it looks positive. As he's coming down, it still looks positive. Again, these are interpretations because we really don't know what happened behind closed doors. There were some indications by semi-official news agencies in Tehran that the trucks have broken down and the Iranians have left, which was completely untrue. As I was speaking to diplomats about this, and they told me that there are various aspects in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., who do not want these talks to succeed, who want the fighting to continue so that they can pursue their agendas. And what the point of the Qataris here is that they're here to make sure that these don't break apart because they're...
Right, well, they did a shit job of that, didn't they, man? Fucking hell. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's so funny when Qatari state media is like, we're here to make sure that everything happens, and then everything goes tits up. Like, this is fucking nuts, dude. You're talking about the meeting where Iran literally walked out because Trump was on the fucking blower going, I'm gonna bomb Iran if they're not clever, then I'm gonna blow them up. And you're out here like, yeah, Qatar is here to make sure that nothing bad happens. Bro, it happened.
Region, Iran itself cannot withstand more fighting, more economic turmoil, more destruction.
Yes, it can.
That's the reason why J.D. Vance said that this is a historic day. And remember, it is historic because it's only the second time since the 1979 revolution that the Iranian and the American leaders have sat down face to face with each other. So just them being in the room is being seen as a positive development. The talks not breaking down completely is being seen as positive, but we still have to wait and see what was agreed upon. How much.
So we've got like a live cam here, right? We've got like a live cam here. Wait, is this different? Is this different? Is this a different meeting to the one where Iran walked out? I'm getting confused. Did they come back?
Of those agendas, as we were told, this was a very...
No, this is the same one, right?
There were going to be 3
Hey,
sessions,
Spooky.
One on Lebanon.
Kofi is 3% processing. That's loads better than PayPal. That's loads better than PayPal.
And sanctions from...
Yo, not full of Stan. Thank you very much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Chat, don't worry, you don't have to donate at all anymore tonight. We've hit the daily dono goal. We've smashed the daily dono goal. It's all good. I do appreciate... Listen, I'm not going to say no to more money, but save your donos for tomorrow. Yeah? Save the donos for tomorrow. We're doing a daily dono goal at the minute. If you want, let's hit the daily sub goal. Even though, you know, we got 36 subs yesterday. Let's hit some goals, you know?
Inside, we've heard that there was some...
That's what you like? If that's what you like to see happen, goals being hit?
Iranian oil exports, but it is all different...
Get that dopamine?
...telling us these things.
We're seeing embargo up.
To you, but we don't know exactly what the cumulative outcome of this was and what are the words...
But I appreciate it nonetheless.
As all sides...
Not Fallistan. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, Osama. So technical teams possibly staying, talks ending where you are in Switzerland, but still going on in some form or fashion behind the scenes. Is
okay, that is obviously far too fucking complicated to be true.
Is there any chance that they could restart in the morning before people are scheduled to go? And I just wonder, I mean, there were so many positive signs here. The Americans were, aside from the threatening language used by the president, the Americans had seemed quite conciliatory over the last couple of days.
This is ridiculous, bro. What? This is absolute cope, man.
You've also had the ceasefire seeming to hold for the last 24 hours or so. And I just wonder what more could have happened. What more did the Iranians need to see in order for them to think that sticking around in Switzerland would have been worth it?
Well, the word from the Iranian spokesperson for these negotiations was that they want to see commitment for commitment. They don't want to see just a signing for the sake of it, where everybody feels that they've ended the war and moves on, because according to Iran, there's a lot that needs to be discussed. And if the commitment is that you sign it and you say that there is going to be respect for sovereignty and there's complete disregard for Lebanese sovereignty, well, things can't move forward. I was speaking to some experts earlier in the day, and they were telling me that, well, for the guns to fall silent, Iran will have to control Hezbollah, and the Israelis will have to be reined in by the Americans. And
not about Iran controlling Hezbollah. This idea that Hezbollah is Iran's Israel is so fucking annoying to me, honestly.
The point of view of Iran was that until Israel's occupying Lebanese territory in contravention of international law, as long as Israel is destroying village after village, killing people in Lebanon, you've seen the numbers go into their thousands now. The Lebanese resistance, according to the Iranians, the Hezbollah have the right to respond to Israel. And that is why it was always...
Hezbollah has the right to defend itself.
Extremely difficult.
Has the right to defend Lebanon.
And especially when the Iranians say that they have zero trust in the process or the other side. They're only here because the mediators have assured them that this is going to be a serious process. And the Iranians point to the fact that they sat in Geneva in February in good faith with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. And as the talks were progressing, the Americans and the Israelis decided to attack them. They point towards Oman, where in 2025 they sat down with the Omanis. It was an indirect format. And while they were in negotiation, the Americans and the Israelis decided to attack them. And this is why the Iranians say that there is zero trust. And that is why the Americans also say that Iran was given a deal by the previous administration. That
it is interesting seeing Al Jazeera English sort of changing their tact here. They're going backwards and forwards and wiggling around a little bit to be like, oh, you know, well, Iran, you know, you've got to say fair play to them. And then, you know, they're immediately just going like, oh, well, the Americans, you know, they've been really fair. And it's like, no, they haven't. No, they haven't. You're still a vassal state. It's fucking dog shit.
It was a bad deal, according to this president, a deal which allowed Iran to go closer to a nuclear weapon, a claim that is denied by Iran. And that is why this trust deficit is just huge.
Yeah, the Rome Charter spells it out. Well, China, the Chinese representative at the UN, I think it was like last year or 2 years ago, was like the first person at the UN that brought up a section of like UN rule or whatever, or like international law or something, that was like, it clearly states out that you know, fucking any kind of person resisting an occupation in the country that they're born in or that they live in has a right to armed struggle, right? Like any person that is resisting an illegal occupation or resisting an illegal invading force, they have a right to armed struggle. That is international law, you know? And even if people, you know, don't care about the ICC or don't care about the UN because they're like, you know, or international law because it's basically white supremacist international law, right? There's an anti-colonial reason to despise the ICC and also the UN and all that kind of business. Even if that's the case, it's an argument that carries weight because the majority of people in the world have been conditioned to accept that the ICC is you know, the rule of law, and it's like the final big court and shit like that. And people should care about that if they care about the rule of law because you know, that it should worry them that the rules-based order is falling down. Yeah, even if it is, you know, the rules-based order that has led to this literally same thing happening, where Israel is just murdering whoever the fuck it wants, right? Basically because of the UN and its toothless nature.
And the interlocutors have told us time and again that they have had a very difficult job to bring them to the table. Also, what we were discussing...
International treaties-based order, exactly.
Some sources who were briefed on these talks that the biggest impediment to peace in the region remains the state of Israel, because Israel has tried multiple times to derail these talks. And they pointed towards the attempts in the early days of the war in February and March, where the Pakistanis and the Qataris prevented Arab Gulf states from retaliating militarily to Iran, which would have engulfed the entire region in tit-for-tat war. And then they pointed towards more recent attacks by Israel on the Lebanese capital, Beirut, which was a red line that was stated during the ceasefire, and Israel crossed it, and it was the interlocutors, it was the state of Qatar and Pakistan which prevented the Iranians from retaliating. And again, on Wednesday, when this deal was being signed, Israel again attacked relentlessly Lebanese suburbs. So this is why all encompassing, there are positive signs according to the interlocutors. There's developments that have taken place in Switzerland. We're just waiting to see the actual language that comes out of the conclusion of this meeting, so we realize what was actually achieved and where do these talks go from here.
All right, Osama, I'm going to let you get back on the phone, try to get more information, work the sources that are there on the ground.
Hey, Lil Zipper.
Please don't go far. As soon as you get something, please come back to us. In the meantime...
Well, yeah, they have actually, to be fair, mentioned that on Al Jazeera. Like, just then, they literally just said, oh, well, you know, they were in the middle of negotiations with the USA and then they bombed them, right? Which is like, okay, you know, they did it. They said it. It's interesting. 20 years ago or so, an American I used to talk to said, it's only a war crime when they do it. It's been a thing forever and ever. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Let's go over to Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid, who's standing by live from Tehran. So Al-Migdad,
someone actually in Tehran.
Our colleague Osama bin Javed was reporting there from Switzerland. I wonder, what are the Iranians saying at this point about their decision to pack up and go home tomorrow?
Well, actually, Tom, what we can say here from the Iranian capital...
Obama was a war criminal, got the Nobel Peace Prize, yeah.
...seem to have succeeded in keeping the diplomatic track open. We have seen in the past few hours that there's many media, especially from here, saying that there's the collapse in talks, but at the same time, they are sending many signals that the Iranian delegation have walked away from the venue at the same time.
Now, chat, what you also have to remember is that there have been a number of people who have said, a number of news outlets that have said, the Iranian people are rising up again, right? They're protesting, they're mad at the Iran, they're mad at the government and all this kind of business, yeah? And the reality of what the Iranian people have been annoyed and upset at is that they want Iran to literally just destroy Israel and not sign a memorandum of understanding and have a ceasefire. That's what the people of Iran have been protesting about. There was literally a guy, I can't remember his name, Aya on Blue Sky was talking about it. I would recommend following Aya. She's great. Got a very good understanding of Iranian politics and what goes on in Iran. I'm just going to try and find the post that she made about it. Yeah, they've been on the street every single day of the war in support of their government, saying they're willing and ready to fight. Exactly. Let's take a little look here. Same in Russia? Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Hello, Stephen Clever Pig. Welcome in. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. No, I'm not going to be able to find it. But basically, I could prove that this happened. It is a real thing that happened. There's a member of Iranian parliament that was going absolutely mad and revealed details of the memorandum of understanding that wasn't public in Iran and was going mad because it was seen as like conceding to America kind of thing, right? Do you know what I mean? And it is representative of the people in Iran and what they fucking want, right? They don't want concessions to America. They want to destroy Israel. They want to kick US bases out of the region. And there are even some people in Iran who want the UAE to be destroyed, right? They want the UAE to be destroyed. There are some people who want, complete regime change in Gulf vassal states, right? There's all kinds of things that you just wouldn't expect. But they're, ultimately anti-imperialist and shit like that. So anyway, like I said, I can't find the post to sort of prove it kind of thing. But this is the thing. Yeah, the UAE is basically Israel. That one makes entire sense. Yeah, it's when people talk about like other states, like lots of people in Iran know that the Gulf states are traitors, right? They know that the Gulf states are traitors. And that's why they're so mad about that, you know? When you have a belligerent neighbor, you get kind of fed up when he's drunk and swinging at someone every night. Correct. May I ask what you guys think of the new guy in Labour? Labour seems like the Soc Dems in Sweden, a failed party. Yeah, DigiViking, I made a video about that. Andy Burnham was my mayor in Greater Manchester. I know pretty much everything about him. When I was the chair of the tenants union, we had meetings with him. He didn't ever really do anything good in terms of tenants' rights and housing rights and shit like that. Click on the first link that my bot posts. That'll take you to my main channel. And the last video that I did was about Andy Burnham and how he's not going to save Labour. Yeah, he's just, he's just Starmer but with a northern accent. That's the best way to understand him. When you have Israeli troops on your soil who are then attacking another country, what are you? Yes, correct.
And we have seen this report from our colleague Osama bin Javed, who is in the venue inside.
Not a meep out of him.
Right now, from what we can understand, that Iranian delegation will definitely travel there to follow up, to force American to implement. But
what it does mean is that we might get a green mayor, which would be very exciting. It won't be Hannah Spencer, but we might get a green mayor. We're probably gonna likely get a green mayor, which is very exciting. So yeah.
To force them about the memorandum of understanding.
That can actually probably translate to real material difference for Manchester, you know.
Within the memorandum of understanding.
We're so fucking green, it's crazy.
Demands right now.
Meat positive.
Move forward, and we can just remind our viewers by the first one is about the situation in Lebanon. We have seen in the past couple of hours actually many messages coming out of Tehran.
There are stammers everywhere for those with eyes to see. Exactly.
Especially from the Tasnim news agency, which is a semi-official, regarding the situation there and also the situation in the Strait of Hormuz and about the lifting the naval blockade. So these are like 4 clauses within the memorandum of understanding, Iranian officials demanding to be implemented on the ground to after that moving forward.
So Al-Migdad, Osama mentioned a moment ago that, look, the Iranians obviously needed to rein in Hezbollah. The Americans obviously needed to rein in the Israelis. But for the last day or so, we have seen relative quiet in Lebanon. And I just wonder if we can conclude here that that a ceasefire in Lebanon was not good enough for the Iranians, that they wanted to see signs that the Israelis were actually going to withdraw. And they didn't see that because the Israelis have made abundantly clear through the Defense Minister Israel Katz, who said, look, they're not going.
It's so insane to be saying reining in Hezbollah
to withdraw from what they call their security zone. So is that the issue?
It's just ridiculous. It's like they keep saying all the fucking time, oh, well, you know, one of our soldiers was attacked in southern Lebanon. What were you doing in southern Lebanon? What were they doing?
That ultimately the Iranians had with these talks moving forward?
Well, actually, from what we can understand, from what we learned, and also from what just our colleague Osama bin Javed said, that the state of Israel is being like not happy with this. They're not implemented on the memorandum of understanding. So it could.
U.S. Israel also refuses to even talk to Hezbollah. Yeah, and it's very funny because Trump was like, Hezbollah, we spoke to them. Who knew it? You could speak to them. I didn't know, but we have. And then like, a spokesperson said the day after, we haven't spoken with Trump, I don't know what he's talking about.
Scott, and we can have a taste from the Iranian media here. We're speaking about the situation in southern Lebanon, speaking clearly about the situation there. For example, the Tasnim news agency and Iranian parliament, also Iranian parliament speaker, sent a very harsh language regarding to latest comment from the Donald Trump. So this is the language coming out of Tehran, and from the semi-official media regarding the situation in Lebanon, they are saying.
I once asked in another chat, is there an army worse at holding ground than the IDF? The winning answer came back, the army of Lebanon. It's a joke, yeah. In about 20 years, we'll call them freedom fighters. Yeah, for sure.
The withdrawal of
one day, everyone will have been against this. One day, and you know, chat, I think that day will be coming sooner rather than later. You know, Israel's popularity is not so good right now. Yeah, Quelbs is saying 10. I think it could even be less. I think it genuinely could even be less. I think it could be by 2030. You know, the way that this is going, the way that like Iran has literally fucking stepped up to the plate, and you know, and again, this is something that Yahya Sinwar said about Israel, is that if we trigger Israel to do something completely insane, they will not be able to stop. It will reveal their true purpose, and eventually they will then be destroyed shortly after. It's seeming to be coming true right in front of our eyes, what he said, right? And it's hard to disagree. It's hard to disagree. After October the 7th, which is what Yahya Sinwar was saying will be the mass event that makes Israel go completely insane, they've just gone from weakness to weakness, you know? Weakness to weakness to weakness. And yeah, they have in fact just gotten to this point where they provoked Iran again. Like, they were already provoking Iran. And they poked a bear that was just way too big for him. Way too big even for America. And this is where we're up to right now. And I don't know how it's going to end. I genuinely don't know how it's going to end. Because the USA is not interested in reining in Israel. That's the problem, right? You've even got people like Steve Bannon. Chad, did you see it? Steve Bannon was saying, we got to stop Israel's funding. We got to just stop giving them money. Like, that's crazy for Steve Bannon to be saying. Obviously, Steve Bannon has completely pivoted and he's now just doing the Tucker Carlson, shit like that. But you would assume that Donald Trump would listen to Steve Bannon. I don't know. These people are fickle as fuck. But interesting stuff, you know?
The main demand for them to move forward with the negotiation, but at the same time, we have seen there is no clause of the diplomatic track. They travel to the Switzerland to move forward with the negotiation, but at the same time, it could be a huge setback for them to move forward with the
pragmatic Nazi
memorandum of understanding.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhayd reporting live from Tehran. Al-Migdad, please keep us posted if you get more intel from where you are. In the meantime, let's bring in General Mark Kimmett from Washington, D.C. as a former U.S.
Oh, hell yeah. General Mark Kimmett. Let's bring in... We've had some generic, middle-of-the-road, uncritical voices. Now let's have a full-throated fucking warmonger. Let's get a motherfucker who murdered babies in Vietnam on the show.
U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. General Kimmett, welcome back. You've just been listening to my colleagues there try to explain what exactly the problem is here in Switzerland. I wonder what your diagnosis is. What do you think has gone wrong here?
I think what's gone wrong is, unfortunately, the rhetoric being used by President Trump. He just got off Fox News where he made some direct threats against the Iranians if they don't open up the Strait of Hormuz. He has...
We're not doing Iran in the way that I want it to be done.
Not, in their view, put enough pressure on Israel. And third, the issue of a non-threat agreement inside the MOU. I'm glad to see that the diplomatic track is still open.
The issue of a non-threat agreement in the MOU? Wait, what?
Still am concerned that the diplomatic track is being done in public. I have found over my years in the State Department that the best negotiations are done in private, and not doing, as Iranians say, a media show. But look, the fact remains...
Oh my God, he's quoting the Iranians. This is funny, actually.
She was too important to the United States.
Do you think this guy is a guy that Trump fired? He's one of the generals that Trump fired? He's like, you say we can't win against Iran? You're fired.
And to Iran to accept this as simply a walk away, and we're not going to talk away. We need
Trump clapping for himself? Yeah, probably.
General Kimmett, it's possible that the technical teams for each side could be sticking around to try to hash out some of these details. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, said earlier that, look, these teams...
here we go. Step down the stairs. There you are, Gene. That's right.
To try to
one step, two, and three,
and to do what
four.
they
I'm
can
doing great.
there.
Look at this.
I just wonder how much these technical teams can actually move things forward without having
I made a poopy. Look out.
They're political bosses there to sort of oversee things.
Well, I think a lot, and we will not get a lot of news.
He ran down the ramp? Wait, what?
I suspect, which is exactly what we want. The most important issue on the technical teams will have to do with the discussions on the nuclear threshold inside of
Please
Iran.
tell me that's a real thing you did.
What's going to happen?
Please tell me there's video footage of Trump running.
The nuclear dust. What level of enrichment, if any, will the United States agree to?
Do you not remember him gloating about the time he ran down a slippery ramp? Oh, yeah.
The Iranian nuclear program.
I ran right down it. It was so slippery. Joe Biden could have never done it.
What type of inspection and verification?
I can make it down.
Established. Those are very...
Joe Biden, he would have died. He would have looked at it and he would have died.
That is not something that can be done in front of a camera. That is not something that we would expect senior leaders in Iran and senior leaders inside of America to even have an idea of what I just meant with what those 4 points I just said.
Oh yeah. It's a desperate pivot, Quelbs. 100%. Yeah, 100%. The reason that Bannon is pivoting is because it's like, okay, Israel's a failed project. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we just want fascism in this country, so we should get fascism in this country, right? They want to, like, I've been saying it, you know, they want to Turkify America. Like, that's what Trump wants to do. He wants to turn America into, like, an Erdogan-style dictatorship. Ideally, an LCC-style dictatorship, which is funny because these are both, like, US-backed dictators, right? Do you know what I mean? I think LCC was literally, like, he was put in because of the Arab Spring or whatever. I might be wrong about that. I'm not particularly well read into it. Pro-Palestine, anti-NATO state. Well, no, not even necessarily pro-Palestine. Just like, you know, abandoning fucking Israel and, you know, not doing Israel first stuff, not getting into other wars, focusing on the, you know, pro-Palestine, pro-NATO, like Turkey. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily that particularly. I just mean the element of, like, you know, the suppression of the working class and turning it into a, you know, a massive, strong military. Like, I think that's what I mean when I say, like, Turkification. You know, queer people, not allowed. None of that woke stuff is allowed. You're not allowed to be a communist. You're not allowed any of this stuff. Elections are controlled by Erdogan. all of this business. Yeah, that's what I mean by Turkification. He just wants to turn it into a strong military power, where he's a total dictator, and, you know, he has like a successor or whatever. Yeah, like I think that's been the whole thing for a while, right? That's been the whole idea for a while, and that, you know, that's truly what Bannon wants, and it's what capitalism wants, because, you know, capitalism can, you know, persuade the USA to have more tax breaks for corporations and all this kind of stuff. It's unsustainable anyway, right? It's unsustainable because it simply is not going to be tolerated by the working class in America, right? It's just not going to be tolerated. Like, that level of, like, oppression, there's already been a taste of it, and now Minnesota is one of the best organized states in the union, right? So it's not going to go the same way. Thing about Turkey is that it's very small, and you can only fit a couple of states from America inside Turkey, you know? So that's it, right? It's just not going to work. Second biggest military in NATO, yep.
Experts are the right ones to do this, and I'm glad to see this is being done in private.
Do you think that there's a more fundamental problem here, General Kimmett, and that is that the Iranians,
Turkey the size of New Jersey, yep,
not just satisfied with the kind of ceasefire that we have seen in Lebanon over the past day or so, but they believe that the memorandum of understanding involves Israeli troops actually withdrawing, because point one of it says
memorandum of understanding,
the integrity
and you believe it,
of Lebanon. Presumably that means that Israeli troops should not be on Lebanese territory. I mean, is that your interpretation as well of this?
Yeah, but we've got to understand that the Iranians are asking the Americans to violate the sovereignty of the nation of Israel and tell them what they should believe is in their national interest.
That's a funny joke, dude. The sovereignty of the state of Israel. That's a funny joke. Hey, Al. You're expecting the USA to tell Israel what to do. Okay.
Again, as I said in the earlier segment,
we are. Free Israel, yeah.
The issue of
many people are saying free Israel from the United States.
Neither are signatories between Hezbollah and Israel. There have been no public statements from leaders like Naim Qassem inside of Hezbollah that they accept the conditions of the ceasefire.
Hezbollah.
In fact, he has explicitly refused to associate himself with a ceasefire deal. So why Iran offered and the United States
violating sovereignty is telling another country not to do war crimes, yeah.
Coupling of Iran and Israel to what is a deal between the Iranians and America, I think is making it unnecessarily complicated and significantly reduces the probability of success in those talks.
General, I certainly understand your point that Israel is going to do what Israel thinks is in its own best interest, but President Trump has also made clear...
I'm amazed how so many ex-military fuckers could talk on any media. I mean, that's the purpose of the media. The purpose of the media is to propagandize you, right? So, you want to consent manufacture for war? You just get a war hawk on. You want to consent manufacture for, you know, believing that the USA is... He is giving American Lembit Opic. Yeah, he is. He is. Anyway, I was gonna come up with something more funny, but I've reached my limit. I'm so fucking tired, chat. The heat has really beaten me today. And I came on today, as Marcus said today, I came on literally to avoid the Twitch tax. If I could have taken a day off today, I would have done it. I'm so warm. So I appreciate everybody being here and enjoying the stream. It's been good. It's been real good. We're going to catch up on that shit tomorrow. And it's going to be even warmer tomorrow as well. And on Thursday. Listen, chat, don't go nowhere because we're going to raid. We're going to go ahead and raid Joan. She's doing a Keir Starmer memorial stream, which is always fun to see. I don't think that she's going to have much Keir Starmer content. She's currently watching John Oliver. So let's go raid Joan. In the meantime, thank you so much for all of the subs and all of the donos today. Thank you so much for all the follows. And another sub, just before we go, DigiViking, new chatter, new subber, new donator. It's the triple threat. Thank you so much for supporting me. Really appreciate that. Again, thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being in the chat. And yes, if you've been lurking, thank you for lurking as well. If you've been watching this stream on the VOD channel, please like, comment, and subscribe. Let me know how you thought the stream went. Please join us for the raid. Copy and paste the first raid message if you're a sub. The second one if you aren't. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Don't forget, I've got a bunch of socials that you can check out in the meantime. I got 2 YouTube channels. And you can check out the VOD channel if you want to see some streams that you've missed. Like the 12-hour Makerfield by-election stream. I know only real mule heads will be coming out of this stream, joining us for the raid, sticking around watching Joan for a half an hour or something, but then immediately going to watch the 12-hour Makerfield by-election stream. I know that's what true mule heads do, yeah? I'm just kidding. Come and enjoy the Joan stream with me. Alright, I will see you all tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Good night, stay cool, and yeah, peace.